Yo, 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 everybody. Hi. I am not late because this is my second stream. Welcome back. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. All right. Ah! How we doing? Yeah, there was a first stream. This is the second stream today. Sir, a second stream has hit the broadcast. A second one has hit the broadcast. Love the interview. Yeah, that was a pretty fun conversation this morning. Legend. We talking about David Lynch. 'Cause yeah. Yeah. A real legend. Silent Radical, thank you for the 3 months. DW, thank you for the 18 months. I hate you. You know what? I don't give a shit. I got more important things to worry about. So this morning I streamed. I was live. Let me tell you, I always feel it always feels weird when I do 2 streams. When I stream in the morning, first of all, I'm like, this isn't right. What's happening? But I feel like it is an appropriate mood for talking about David Lynch tonight. You know, to all day today, it's felt very like, am I sleeping? Am I awake? Is it both? Are you going to upload it anywhere? The VOD is uploaded, so you can go watch that, but I will also upload it on the YouTube. Yeah, we live inside a dream. Is it still the same day? I don't know. Am I me? Who knows? I did take a nap. It was so strange because Non did a double feature of his last night, and bro was weeping at the end of What an Artist We Lost. Yeah, I've been feeling quite morose. It really does feel like it really feels like we have just suffered a great loss, especially in LA. Even though David Lynch was born in Montana, and then he spent time in Philadelphia, and that was, you know, a lot of where he got his inspiration for Eraserhead and for like kind of like the factory setting, the factory background of Twin Peaks. Like, he got a lot of inspiration from Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania. Sorry, I was like, Philadelphia's the city. Pennsylvania. And anyways, so what was I saying? Fuck. Yes, but he lived in LA for a long time, and he made a trilogy of LA films. Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive, which is considered one of, like his masterpiece. That, and I would say Blue Velvet, and then Inland Empire, which is the one that I have not seen. So I would love to watch that ASAP, since we've lost David Lynch. But anyway, it feels now like a part of LA is gone. You know? I think a lot of people are really feeling the loss of David Lynch. Yeah. David Lynch was that one guy that if someone said they liked him, you knew they were. Well, everybody liked David Lynch. Even if you weren't the biggest David Lynch fan, he was just like impossible to not love, you know? Him as an artist, like his artistry, but also him as an artist. Like even the David Lynch critics, like Will Neff, people who do not vibe with the way that David Lynch approaches art, still have a love and appreciation of David Lynch. And I think he meant a lot to a lot of people for different reasons. And I think that is what is so awesome about art, is that you never know what is going to speak to somebody. And then someone like David, who was just a funky dude, who did his weather reports, who had his very iconic style. He wore the same thing. Who would go to Bob's Big Boy in Burbank at 2:30. Like, he didn't go every day, but when he would go exactly at 2:30 and have a cup of coffee and just think of ideas. And so there were just really iconic, memorable things of David Lynch that I have seen shared all over the internet. I said this morning, I was like, I don't think that there has been this collective of an outpouring of support for an artist since Bowie. Yeah. But anyway, this morning I streamed because I talked to David Ehrlich, which was fun. And then after stream, Bowie was in Twin Peaks too. Oh yeah. It's full circle. After I streamed, I did some work, and then I was watching a little bit of Lost Highway. And then I fell asleep, and I was dreaming, and I woke up, and the dreams were so strange, as dreams often are. And I wanted to go back into the dream, so I tried to fall back asleep, and I went back into the dream somewhat, and then it morphed, and then I woke up, and I thought, that really is what David Lynch films were all about. It was such a mixture of, being awake and being asleep, and how that feeling you experience when you don't know if you are dreaming, or you're dreaming, or you want to be dreaming. And that was such a recurrent, that was a lot of what David Lynch's films were, is this kind of awake dream state, You know, you would watch that film and you would watch a film of Lynch's and just feel that real that surrealism, you know. But he wasn't the type of guy who would do like the cheap gotcha of like, oh, everything is presented as very real, and then at the end it was all a dream. Pull the rug out from under ya. No, it's not that. I love that liminal in between space, staying in it as long as possible. Right, because it is bizarre, right? It's bizarre, and sometimes you feel like you're in control, and then sometimes you know you're not in control. And sometimes you're experiencing it, and then sometimes you feel like a fly on the wall watching yourself experience a dream. Have you ever had a dream within a dream? Like, have I ever incepted? Like, you wake up from a dream, but you're still in a dream. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've had dream within a dream within a dream. Am I dreaming now? I don't know. Is it all a dream? You know Mulholland Drive because Chappell Roan mentions it in a song. Yeah, that is the lasting impact of David Lynch, and like what a cultural icon he was. I mean, seriously, we have suffered a great loss. We've suffered a great loss. David Lynch had his hands all over the cultural zeitgeist, you know? Coralie Farget, I was watching a little interview with her earlier, and how The Substance was inspired by Mulholland Drive. I mean, so many films inspired by his films, and also television. I mean, we'll get into talking about Twin Peaks, but Twin Peaks was revolutionary. Before Twin Peaks, TV did not do what Twin Peaks did. First of all, with the story, okay? So you have a setup that's not anything groundbreaking. A dead body. Who killed her? Who killed Laura Palmer? That was what was on the advertising for the show. But what was different about it is that Lynch stretched this out through not just one, but 2 seasons of TV. And then the network pressured him to reveal who killed Laura Palmer. If it were up to Lynch, he never would have revealed who killed Laura Palmer, because that's not what he was interested in. But the network was like, hello, this has been great, but get going with it. Like, who killed Laura Palmer? Just tell us. Just tell us. But yeah, it was the first television show to explore a single case of murder across not just 1 but 2 seasons. And now, you know, we have so much prestige television that, in fact, there's kind of a nostalgia for not prestige television. You know, people who are like, I just kind of want something formulaic. Just give me something that I know how the setup goes. I know the character archetypes. Enough of prestige TV, but you know, back in the 90s, early 90s, when Twin Peaks came out, and even still with all of the prestige TV we have today, Twin Peaks is still, it's it stands on its own. Part of the reason the original series was a failed project was there was no DVR or binge streaming. You really had to tune in, or you'd be, yeah. I mean, there was also like not the overload of television content that we have today. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have, streaming services. You didn't really have that many things to watch. And so that's why people in like middle America were tuning in to watch Twin Peaks. And we're like, what is this? Now that you're a gamer, David Lynch has heavily influenced a lot of the Japanese video game industry. Japan was obsessed with Twin Peaks. Yeah, seriously, Lynch. A lot of you I know are familiar with Lynch, which is great. You know, love that Lynch has had an impact on so many people's lives. But for those who don't know Lynch, seriously, you can't throw a stone in any direction of pop culture without hitting something that owes its existence, its inspiration to David Lynch. I know Mulholland Drive was supposed to be a TV show, but producers got scared and backed out, and Lynch was able to cut it into a long movie, which is why it feels like two movies. That's common with Lynch films, is producers getting scared. People being like, I don't know about this script, because it wouldn't make sense. They'd be like, what the fuck is this? And another commonality is that when a Lynch project would come out, there would be mixed reaction to it. And then it would be reassessed, and then critics would be like, actually, this is maybe one of the greatest films of all time. Alice, thank you for the 6 months. So, yeah, that's what I did today. I did that stream in the morning, and then I was just watching some moments from Lynch films, and then now here I am. Here I am. I was trying to sort through everything that I wanted to take a look at, because there is so much. Like sometimes when I do a tribute, I have to really search. I gotta go deep. I gotta go real deep and find stuff. David Lynch, it's the opposite problem, where I'm like, man, okay, how do I pick what I want to, what interview do I look at? What celebrity, what actor or filmmaker talking about David Lynch should I pull up? Because everybody had something to say about Lynch. Seriously. Here's some Absolute Cinema. The Beauty of Channel has a Beauty of David Lynch video for later. Yeah, I think I might actually have that. Might actually have that one saved. And then in other news, the Supreme Court finally has come together. The Supreme Court has finally put aside their ideological differences and voted 9-0 to uphold the TikTok ban. So you know what, guys? It has been shown that the Supreme Court is actually not opposed on every single thing, and there are occasions that they will fully, just in a unanimous vote, will unify. And yeah, they unified to uphold the TikTok ban. So come Sunday, it's Jover. It is Jover. So we'll look at that, and then it's kind of the main things there. I might need some more caffeine. I might need some more caffeine. 9-0 is crazy. Yeah. But also, the influence by those who want to get rid of a Chinese-owned social media app. It's very strong. Yeah. Okay. Also, Oscar voting was officially ended today. So ballots were due today at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then the nominations are announced on the 23rd. So today was it. That's it. And then in 6 days, we will find out who is getting an Oscar nomination. I read somewhere they also might penalize people who use VPNs to access it. Well, that won't be me because I would never know how to do that. Anyway, when I started stream, I accidentally started playing something, and I'm just going to show it to you now. I'm going to show it to you now, and I just... guess who this is.
They try to cancel me and say that I'm a racist. Got a mean hook, they can't get me with that jab. Trying to take away my right to go and say this. Well, listen up, cause this gun is going bad. With the
Oh yeah, that's Roseanne. That is Roseanne debuting her new look. These blonde dreads.
Why they trying to turn Becky into Dan? You get...
You know what? Grandma got out again. Grandma got out again. This is like, hey, Grandma. Wanna make the most embarrassing video ever?
Screw Eminem. I'm Roseanne.
We won, you mad, it's done, too bad, boo-hoo, so sad. We won, you mad, you cry, we
They trying to...
Friendly reminder that Tom McDonald, yes, Tom McDonald, who is here rapping with Roseanne Barr, is Canadian. Yep. This is funny. You can tell Tom McDonald's one of the greats because all his guest verses are by people who have never rapped before and sound just as good as him. Yeah, that's Roseanne. That's what she's been up to. If you've been like, hey, what happened to Roseanne? Where's Roseanne been? Well, she's been preparing for her new career. Yep, that's what she's doing. You know, look, American hogs are embarrassing enough. Canadian hogs? Canadian hogs are a special type of embarrassing because you don't even go here. You don't even go here. What are you doing? Yeah, the LARPing is so embarrassing. Like, do you not feel any shame? Do you not feel any shame? Where's the full version? You know what? You gotta wait for that. Good things come to those who wait. This is a teaser. Uh-huh. I've seen Confederate flags in Canada. Yeah, it is. I am mortified for. I have secondhand embarrassment. I do. Yeah, it's they want to be American hogs so badly. Also, shame on Whitney Cummings for defending Roseanne nowadays. Oh, shame on Whitney Cummings just for so many reasons. She is also somebody who every time she posts something, a little TikTok, or a tweet, she is very, very embarrassing. You know? Whitney Cummings is legit trying to be a right-wing grifter. It's clear and obvious. Yeah, it is. I'm not going to subject you guys to the full song. I think we get the picture. I think we understand. Just with that little taste, you know? You want to be left wanting more. Or never seeing anything like that ever again. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Whitney keeps going down this conservative, reactionary, path. We've seen the path that has been tread so many times by many, many like Whitney Cummings. Wallaby Beatles, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, what is happening is now that Donald Trump is president again, I do believe that more celebrities will either come out of the closet or they will just be not. They will present their support of Donald Trump as the country needs to unify. So they either come out of the closet as MAGA, they wave their little MAGA flags, or they are not, they're not embarrassed. They're not worried about aligning themselves with the Trump administration, but they're going to present it as, I'm doing this for the country. Like Carrie Underwood. Yeah, Carrie Underwood, who is performing at the inaugurations. She's singing America the Beautiful. I saw someone's tweet that was like, now I know why he cheated. You know what? Cheat again. Cheat all over the place. But her her defense was exactly as I said, which is, this is an honor to be able to perform at the inauguration of the president, looking at it more of like, it's not about Trump, it's about the United States of America. And we need to come together now. Like, Trump is our president and you don't have to like him, but you do need to love this country. And so I'm going to sing at Trump's inauguration. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by Carrie Underwood. I know that in 2017, I think people were like, no. She's one of the like country singers who's not a Trump person. Because I think she made like a joke about Trump or had some criticism for Trump. But I think she's gotten more. I think she's gone down the Christian right-wing pipeline. I think Chris Pratt is next. I mean, I think Chris Pratt is, it's been pretty clear that Chris Pratt is conservative, and I think he's just going to keep being Chris Pratt, and it'll be the same, like, I'm praying for everybody in this country. Like, Chris Pratt is there. Yeah. No, look, he might come full hog out of the closet. That sounds weird, but I think it'll be, it's one of two. It's one of two. You're either full out of the closet, I'm MAGA, we're here, we're not going anywhere, or you just do the like, I just want everybody to get along, I'm praying for this country. The Village People explained their decision to perform at Trump's inauguration. We know this won't make some of you happy to hear. However, we believe that music is to be performed without regard to politics. That is hilarious, considering the role of music in politics and in, in like revolution. How music of the 60s and 70s was formed around the protests that were taking place in this country, and how music has always been a tool of resistance, and it certainly is political. Music is to be performed without regard to politics. You know, it's interesting because I think when people want to people want to side with a political party but not get flack for it. They will, or they want. Okay, you know what? Actually, when people want to take an opportunity, that is a political statement, but they don't want to get heat for it, they will say, I don't do politics. This isn't a political statement. Keep politics out of it. Our song YMCA is a global anthem that hopefully helps bring the country together after a tumultuous and divided campaign where our preferred candidate lost. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you're literally performing at a presidential inauguration. What do you mean that this is going to be performed without regard to politics? I don't give a shit if your song is just beep beep boop boop. If you are asked to perform that song at an inauguration of someone like Donald Trump, and you agree to, that is a political statement. So going beep beep boop boop, but to, you know, usher in the era of Trump, sorry, doesn't matter what the words of the song are, is what I'm saying. Remember when the Beatles gave back their knighthood in protest for the UK's participation in Vietnam? Surely musicians have never been political. Yeah, I always laugh when I always laugh when people try and separate art from politics. Dying to know how much they're getting paid because they didn't have a cease and assist where he wasn't even supposed to use their song. Seems like kind of a 180, so I assume they got paid big time. Yeah, I mean, assuming they got paid big time, or that they just feel like they have a green light now. You know? Maybe it's a bag. But also maybe it's like trying to ingratiate yourself with Trump. And now that he's president again, and now that people are terrified to resist Donald Trump, they're kissing the ring. Actually, it's beep, boop, boop, bop. Oh, my bad. Okay, in other Hollywood Trump news, Jon Voight, Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson have been named as special ambassadors to Hollywood. What the fuck does that mean? Also, get fucked, James Woods. Do you think James Woods is pissing, shitting, and crying, screaming, crying, throwing up? Because he did not get named, at least right now, as a special ambassador to Hollywood. So Trump said the 3 actors will be his special envoys and report back to him with the on-the-ground knowledge of the industry to bring Hollywood back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Again, what the fuck? These are his special boys. These are his special boys. It was a slow day at the office. They had to come up with something. I'm just, I'm imagining these 3. Like, I'm just picturing in my head Jon Voight, Sylvester Stallone, and Mel Gibson wearing T-shirts that say Donald Trump special boy. And, all like running to the Oval Office to give Donald Trump his report on what's going on in Hollywood. These three very talented people will be my eyes and ears. Okay, so like spies? And I will get done what they suggest. What the fuck? So he's having John, Sylvester, and Mel, three great dudes, be his Hollywood spies. And then whatever they suggest, Donald Trump is going to take care of. I am so glad that Mel Gibson has not only come back, but he's being specially honored by the President of the United States. So weird. You know, the other thing too is like, Mel, you know, with all the bullshit coming out of the mouths of people like Donald Trump and those in his administration about anti-Semitism, because of course their anti-Semitism, like many Democrats, or what they view as anti-Semitism, not even view, what they pretend anti-Semitism is criticism of Israel, not real anti-Semitism, right? This is the guy who said stand back and stand by to the fucking Proud Boys. This is a guy who said there were very fine people on both sides when there was a neo-Nazi rally in Charlottesville and a woman died. As Jews have been targeted in this country by right-wing factions who Donald Trump is like fist pump. And now you have someone like Mel Gibson who's been made a special ambassador, right? Mel Gibson, who is I don't care. I don't care that Mel Gibson has apologized for one thing. First of all, Mel Gibson never apologized for the heinous phone call to his ex where he was saying like the N-word, where he was saying like the most disgusting comments that we have on tape. Like, a lot of people have heard that Mel Gibson phone call. Anyway, there's a lot of things over the years that Mel Gibson should forever be making amends for, and he really has not. He really has not. And he is, he famously went on that anti-Semitic tirade. And anyway, it's just like, oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, let's award Mel Gibson with this made-up role. Virtual, thank you for the 12 months. Have you heard of Peak Season starring famous Twitch streamers? Yeah, where's the Oscar nomination for Peak Season? J. Marianne, thank you for the raid. Drooch, thank you for the 7 months. We are just talking about how I was not named as special ambassador to Hollywood. The fuck? Trump named John Voight, Sylvester Stallone, Mel Gibson, and Caroline Kwan. Yeah, you know what though? James Woods and I, we have that in common, that neither of us are special ambassadors to Hollywood. Anyway, Trump wrote in a post Thursday on his Truth Social platform calling Hollywood a great but very troubled place. It will again be like the United States of America itself, the golden age of Hollywood. Oh, yes. Yes, darling. We're going to go back to the golden age of Hollywood. Yeah, well, we know Trump especially loves like racist old black and white films. Loves Birth of a Nation. Loves it. He's like, you know what I want Hollywood to only be producing? Birth of a Nation. He wants Gone with the Wind, but like that happening in the country. All three actors have... Okay, wait. Exact details of this new position and how the actors would bring back production from overseas were unclear from the Post. Yeah, what the fuck are these three guys gonna do? All three actors have publicly expressed their support for Trump, with Voight speaking at his inauguration festivities during his first term, and Stallone calling him the second George Washington during a gala at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Yeah, that was when I realized that Sylvester Stallone had been hit in the head too many times. Too many Rocky movies. That speech that he gave at Mar-a-Lago was like, oh my God, he has brain damage. Gibson had a years-long exile from Hollywood after making anti-Semitic remarks during a 2006 DUI arrest in Malibu. He apologized for his behavior and had a comeback in 2016, directing Hacksaw Ridge, which was nominated for a Best Picture Oscar. Hollywood has faced a tough last few years, with cascading challenges for the industry starting with the pandemic, the dual labor strikes of 2023, and a cutback in production. Governor Gavin Newsom, a frequent Trump critic, has proposed an increase to California's film and TV tax incentive program that supporters say could help lure back runaway production from other states or countries. Yeah, we are hurting. We are hurting. California is hurting. Los Angeles is hurting, which is why I deeply disagreed with Stephen King, who every time he opens his mouth now, whatever he has to say is worse than the endings of his books. Every time I see Stephen King says, I'm like, oh God, this is gonna suck. This is gonna be really an annoying statement. But Stephen King, he said he will not be voting for the Oscars this year due to the LA fires. He also believes the Oscars ceremony should be canceled. He wrote on Blue Sky, not voting in the Oscars this year. In my honest opinion, they should cancel them. No glitz with Los Angeles on fire. All right. So I would just like to say that, first of all, there is, there are two Palestinian films that have been shortlisted, one of which I believe will be nominated and is in a good position to win, and that is No Other Land, the documentary by Bassel Adra and Yuval Abraham about Bassel's village in the West Bank that has been, that has experienced state violence, settler violence for years, as they have tried to annex more and more of the West Bank. And so it details Bassel's life growing up in this village where, his first memory was his father being arrested. And anyway, film has done very, very well. Union is also on the shortlist in the same category. Yeah. I don't feel as strongly about Union's chances to actually get nominated. Not saying I don't want it to be nominated, but No Other Land, I really believe has a great shot of winning Best Documentary. So that's one reason that I'm like, this could be an assist to this film that is struggling to get distribution in the United States because distributors are so fucking cowardly and they don't want to touch something that they consider to be controversial, which is just bullshit. But anyway, so that's a reason, the Oscars are the biggest award show and can be a big boost to filmmakers. The other reason is that we, in the last 5 years, have endured a pandemic and multiple labor strikes. The industry is hurting. People need work. The Oscars employ thousands of people. It is the biggest awards show. A lot of people rely on the Oscars for work. It's how they'll pay their rent. And anyway, it's not just about, glitzy, ritzy celebrities getting awards. It would be a blow to the industry to cancel the show. And we've already we are deeply, deeply struggling. LA is struggling. Stephen King was a better writer when he still did coke. Analog, thank you for the 3 months. Northernland is the greatest film I've seen this past year. Yeah, it is. It's quite remarkable. Donald, I can't get over Donald Trump wants to make Hollywood bigger, better, and stronger. What is Trump gonna do? Like, create a bunch of production jobs? Like, Donald Trump is gonna make Hollywood great again? You know, this is such a Trump thing. He loves to just make up positions. He loves to be like, yeah, you're my special friend. He's like, you know what? I'm going to do something for you. You do something for me, I'm going to do something for you. DEI, but for white stories only. Yeah, we're going to make Hollywood white again, even though it's still largely white. The president-elect believes the film industry has lost much business over the last 4 years to foreign countries. You know what? Donald Trump is going to stop foreign films. And what, pray tell, will this acting trio do? These 3 very talented people will be my eyes and ears. Yep. Oh, yeah. By the way, all of the guys that he picked are fucking old. Their combined ages, okay, hold on a second. John Voight is 86. Cool. 86. Sylvester Stallone is 78. Somebody do the math on this. 86 plus 78 plus who's the last one? Mel Gibson. 69. Okay, Mel Gibson is the youngest here. Their combined ages are 233. Let's Expendables. Yeah. Yep. You know what? That's gonna end up being some. It's gonna be some like shitty film. About 3 old men who become special envoys to the president to save Hollywood. Yeah, Dennis Quaid was at least in a movie relevant to this year. He wasn't picked. I know. I'm wondering how the other Trump people in Hollywood are feeling. You know, here they have been martyrs for the cause. For the past 8 years, they have been victims of Hollywood woke liberalism. Zachary Levi is... Somebody check on Zachary Levi. Like, can we get a wellness check on Kevin Sorbo and Zachary Levi? He's not okay. They have sacrificed so much. Yeah, maybe there's a chance though. Maybe they can be like junior special You guys don't know there's going to be one of these terrible B movies about a right-wing conspiracy that will get $1 billion in funding and star these 3 old dudes and Zachary Levi as their large adult son. Harold and the massive conspiracy. Gina Carano's like, excuse me, can we get a woman in here? And they're like, sorry, DEI. Is Zachary Levi a Trump guy? Yes. Zachary Levi basically looked at his career and was like, Harold and the fucking Purple Crayon, I'm MAGA. Yeah, that's the Zachary Levi coming out of the closet as MAGA has been one of the more recent ones. I don't think you're supposed to say who your spies are. I'm just like, the image of 86-year-old John Voight as a spy in Hollywood, like John Voight going to all these big Hollywood events, writing stuff down. Ben Shapiro salivating at the chance of one of his shit movies premiering at the Chinese theater. No, never. Never. Hi. Just talking about Trump's special envoys to Hollywood. He has named his ambassadors. Wow. Yeah. I can't believe I didn't get named. Yeah, it's sad. What a bummer. Okay, last little thing, and then we can get into talking about the guy, the dude, David Lynch. I cannot stop laughing at this. Obviously, there's been a ton of tragedy in LA. It has been it was, you know, it's been a time of great anxiety and a lot of people who have suffered immensely. And yet, Lil Kim has brought us what we've needed in this moment, which is just a guffaw. She tweeted out, she tweeted out, #PrayForLA. Been sending strong prayers up for LA and everyone affected by the fires. This is heartbreaking. I pray to Jesus that God make it monsoon in LA. I hope that Jesus is not real. I hope that Jesus does not exist, because please do not monsoon. Okay, so what's great about this is, like, Lil Kim, obviously her heart is in the right place. She does not understand that a monsoon is you know, it's an extreme weather event, and especially in a place like Los Angeles, that would be terrible. Okay, when we had that tropical storm Hillary, when my kitchen flooded, a monsoon would be worse than that. And we would basically be then dealing with the opposite problem. It would be like continuing the apocalypse. She's praying for another disaster. Okay, and then everyone was like laughing. No, she was not joking. No. She was so serious. But the reason that no one's mad at Lil Kim is because she's sincere, right? She is actually praying for LA. What she means is, like, please, you know, let some rain fall on LA to help put out the fires, to help wetten the extremely dry landscape. So then she posted this for anyone that's confused. Any questions? Because everyone was laughing. They were like, oh God, no. Monsoon's a seasonal shift in wind direction that can cause extreme wet or dry weather. Monsoons are often associated with tropical regions but can occur in other parts of the world, including North America. So this doesn't actually make it better. This doesn't make it better. Because I know in her mind she was like, oh, a monsoon, like rain, right? LA needs some rain. LA needs some rain. And then she followed up with that and said, what's happening is devastating, and what LA really needs right now is rain. So what's the issue? Doesn't everyone understand that a monsoon is heavy rain? I'm so happy to see that everyone is staying so positive during a tragic situation. Let's keep praying and supporting everyone that has been affected by this. Yeah, so just once again, monsoons can be incredibly destructive, right? We're talking severe thunderstorms, flash floods, excessive rain that destroys homes, damages infrastructure in a city like LA, where we struggle when we get like 4 inches of rain. That is not something that we would want to have here in Los Angeles. But her heart is in the right place. That's right. Lil Kim's heart is in the right place. She is just very confused. Hashtag pray for LA. Oh my God. I thank Lil Kim though, because this has made me laugh. This has made me laugh so hard, especially with each subsequent post where she's like, I don't understand. What is the problem? What is the matter here? She wants to take LA out for not attending her concerts. Oh no. Lil Kim is trying to destroy LA. I mean, like, it would be from one extreme to the other, basically. Deanie, thank you for the 26 months. V Victor, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, it is an open the schools moment. Can someone link that Grimes tweet? Another standout moment. Was that today or yesterday? Yeah, Grimes, who has been photographed walking around with the Communist Manifesto, which of course we knew was nothing but a photo op, right? There was a period of time that it was very popular. It was very popular for the girlies to be photographed with like just either like holding a laptop, like a MacBook Air, okay? No bag, no anything. Just free holding a MacBook Air, and then like a tattered copy of, I don't know, like a tattered copy of like a philosophy book or something like the Communist Manifesto. And yeah, a little War and Peace. In awe of her brain. I'm not a communist. I'm probably a capitalist, but I think the incentives in capitalism are bad, and the dollar should be backed by something more meaningful, like trees. I know that's insane and likely impossible, but I'm an artist, so my job is to say things like this. No, okay, can I explain something to you guys? Can I explain something? Okay. This is going to actually transition perfectly into talking about David Lynch. Because David Lynch was an artist who did not believe that art needed to be explainable. He had all these ideas, and in order to bring light to those ideas, he would manifest it through film. And David Lynch famously did not like to answer any questions to the many, many mysteries of his art. But David Lynch was somebody who created with intention. He didn't just like be weird for the sake of being weird, which is something that people love to do, right? They'll be weird just to be weird, weirdness for the sake of weirdness. And that is very frustrating. Grimes is someone who says shit just to say shit. When she says stuff like, the dollar should be backed by something more meaningful, like trees. There is no deeper meaning going on here. There is no like going deep down beneath the surface, finding the big fish and manifesting that in your vision, you know, in your art. She just be saying stuff. She's just saying stuff. And that stuff is stupid. I know that's insane and likely impossible, but I'm an artist, so my job is to say things like this. This is who Grimes is in a nutshell. She's like, I'm weird. I am an artist. And that's why I have to say things like this. And I know it doesn't make sense. I know that it's bizarre. But that is the role that I play. Grimes has made some great music, but I'm going to be honest, I think maybe she might be an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. And I think Grimes has shown us that you can make great art and also be stupid. You know? Man, what a perfect summation of who Grimes is. But I think Grimes being with Elon Musk in the first place and having children with him, that should have told you everything that you need to know. That the aesthetic Grimes puts on and how she tries to appear very profound and, a great philosopher and one who, cares deeply about like issues in this. No, she doesn't. No. Not at all. Okay. Anywho, I'm probably a capitalist. Sure, girl. Sure. Oh, wait, this is actually great. I have to go grab some water.
Or mass killings of CEOs. Okay, still ahead on the Big Weekend Show.
The Big Weekend Show
among Gen Z is hitting all the wrong...
Can I just say, too, I love that Ethel Cain... I love that Ethel is wearing, like, the cowboy hat here. You know, she's kind of got the real Americana look going on in this segment where the Fox News hosts are about to be so offended that Ethel Cain is like, yeah, we should murder CEOs.
Notes after calling for mass killings of CEOs. That's next.
Singer Ethel Cain is facing major backlash for calling on more corporate executives to be assassinated after the execution-style murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The 26-year-old entertainer, if you can call her that, shared a post by former Labor Secretary Robert Reich calling money in politics the root of our dysfunction, while adding her own, quote, kill more CEOs hashtag to the post. She then doubled down in another post saying in part, quote, it's simple.
Incredible.
You make them fear for their lives and hit them in the only place they hurt or nothing.
You know what's so great about this is that Fox News, of course, will have more smoke for Ethel Kane saying hashtag kill more CEOs than they will ever have for what CEOs are responsible for. Like the pain and suffering that they have caused, that people like Brian Thompson caused to countless Americans by running the most the biggest healthcare company that was notorious for denying claims. And so they're never gonna they're not gonna have smoke for the NRA. They're not gonna have smoke for big oil. None of these. Nothing that is mentioned in Mother Kane's post. They'll just be like, I can't believe Ethel Kane said to kill the people who are in charge of destroying this world.
Thing will ever get done. This comes as a recent poll shows college students and Gen Z sympathize with the suspect
Rainbow
and find
Panda,
Thompson's murder
Eric,
acceptable. This is so crazy, Jack. It makes me mad. It's
so
sad.
mad.
It's disappointing. It's all of those things, but it is fundamentally wrong.
And it speaks to a bigger problem that we have in this country. I don't know who that singer is, and I'm not familiar with the work.
You know what? I don't know who this Ethel Kane is, but I don't know who this Mother Kane is, but all I will say is she's not my mother. And maybe if she had had a mother who raised her to be a good American, she would not be out here saying such disgusting things. I mean, seriously, I have never been so offended in my life.
But you're talking about Gen Z kids who are going to college and they're studying woke curriculums and they're telling them capitalism is
This
bad,
is what
free
happens.
markets are bad, CEOs of companies are bad, and they're condoning killing people.
Okay, I'm sorry, but what fucking woke school is teaching the kids that capitalism is bad? The kids ain't learning from school, like from classes. They're learning that because of, I don't know, being in massive amounts of student debt because they were told, hey, you need a college degree. And now they're paying debt for the rest of their fucking lives and not making enough money to counteract their payments every month. And so the interest rates just accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And they're like, oh, I will be paying this for the rest of my life?
In cold blood when you don't like a policy versus
the $35,000 state school tuition is teaching them that capitalism is bad. They're like, oh, what the fuck? My sibling went to this school 10 years ago and now the tuition has gone up $15,000? Yeah, what? I don't know what these woke schools are, but we need more of them.
having a conversation about it, writing to a lawmaker about it, trying to affect change in a different way. And that is where this country has gotten so polarized and so unable to have a conversation where we're condoning murders.
Anita, this is not a video game.
No.
This is...
You know what? These video games, this is why we have been ringing the alarm bells, Anita. Video games and woke culture. I mean, these kids are not all right. Okay? This is not a video game. This is real life. A man is dead.
Calling on the murder of another human being.
It's absurd. It's gross. And, you know, what I think of is that social media platforms removed a sitting president from their platforms for mean tweets, sarcastic tweets, some things they called misinformation. Are they going to remove this woman for calling for murder? What do you think?
They should.
They should.
So who's they? Who's they? You know, they said it was misinformation. It doesn't mean it was misinformation.
It's sick. It's depraved.
It is so
and
sick.
The message there is violence is the answer. Right? When she's trying to justify this, she says, we can't affect the change that we need unless we're out there murdering people and killing them and making them fear for their lives. You know who used that exact same mentality and that type of language? Terrorists. That is actual terrorism, what she's talking about here. And I think she might be singing a different tune if there were people out there saying, well, you know what's really harming society? singers who call for murders, maybe they should be killed in the streets, right? There's no limiting principle to this. And if you're willing to call for the murder of one group because you think it will help society,
is violence only saying, yeah, hey, you know these CEOs who are responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans every year because of their companies and their policies denying insurance claims? Violence is calling for those people to be taken out, but violence is not putting into place an AI program that they know has a 90% error rate and is denying elderly people care, which will lead to their suffering and deaths. That's not violence at all. No, because they can do that. Because that is legal. When social murder is what is taking place, when murder that occurs within the within the legal framework of this country, then it's okay. Then it's not violence.
Improve things, then there's no way to cordon off yourself from another mob deciding that you're the problem and saying maybe you should be killed out there. All of it is wrong. This should be a very clear black and white moral issue, and it is scary to see how much support that type of sentiment has gotten.
Well, don't bother looking her up, but I had to, and she's got about 3 million listeners per month on Spotify, and she does have an audience, and I hope she gets called out for this.
People need to boycott her.
They need to really call
Boycott.
her out
Boycott
and just say,
Mother
no, this
Game.
is not who we are as Americans. All right, still ahead. President.
It is so funny how often we say this is not who we are as Americans, when it's like, okay, who are we? Are we not the country that incarcerates more people in this world than any other country, that has more prisoners per capita than anywhere else in this world? Are we not the country who allows tens of thousands of people to die every year because they don't have health insurance? Are we not the country that spends more on our military, that we have the most lethal military in the world? We spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined. Are we not the country that has the most mass shootings? That has more mass shootings than days in the year? I love this idea of like violence is separate from the United States of America, when the reality is violence is at the core of the United States of America. There's violence baked into every facet of this country. Yeah, which years have we not been at war? Violence isn't the answer, and yet you have so many people in this country screaming about their right to, their right to have AR-15s. Second Amendment, brother! The state insurance in Oregon literally just dumped all the old people without informing them that they are now uninsured. Oregon currently having the landmark nurses strike on Providence, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And it's a total lie to say this is not who we are. when talking about, when crying about violence, but, definitionally that violence being someone like Ethel Kane making an Instagram post saying #kill more CEOs. That to these jokers, that is what the violence is in this country, and that is not who we are. That is not America. Yeah, we're currently bombing children. For the last 15 months, the bombs that have dropped in Gaza bearing the stamp of the United States of America. No, violence isn't the answer. That's not America. The only nation on Earth to use nuclear weapons on other humans, but yeah. Yeah. Don't meet violence with violence. Yeah, we just need more coexist bumper stickers. We do. Violence in America has always been the answer. It was funny because Obama included one of her anti-war songs on his playlist too. Oh yeah, I did see that. I did see that. Yeah.
Okay, still ahead.
You know what? Keep giving Mother Kane publicity, okay? Keep exposing her to people who are like, "Ooh, she sounds pretty cool." She sounds like somebody that I should be
Killings of
listening to.
CEOs.
I hope she gets called out for this.
People need to boycott her.
Do you know what I bet too? I bet they don't even know that I bet they do not know that Ethel Kane is trans. Because there is no way that they would have been correctly gendering her. They don't.
Is hitting all the wrong notes after calling for mass killings of CEOs.
Because to them, that fits their narrative. Oh, trans, woke, right? Evil. Oh, you know, they want to destroy America. Violence. And then it's always funny when it's like they have no idea that that this person they're so upset about is trans and that they are correctly gendering her. Anyway, she stays Mother Kane. All right. Let me pull up my I need you to see this before we move on to Lynch's super short author drama, literally 5 minutes. No, it's going to take me longer than 5 minutes. I already know what it is. Okay, so maybe later. I already know what it is. I already saw it. No, it will not. It will not. All right. Okay. Bro, it will take me longer than 2 minutes if I were to like watch a 2-minute countdown on screen. Okay. All right. Let's start off with
like
alrighty. Okay, so I've got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of stuff to take a look at to pay tribute to David Lynch. And there's really so much that it was hard to pick a few things because Lynch was we use this word all the time, but really he's like icon with a capital I, visionary with a capital V, like the type of person who, thank God we have those words, because I wouldn't know how else to to describe them. And how Lynch was such an icon, was such a visionary, that now we even have the term Lynchian, a term that people know even if they don't know David Lynch, even if they don't understand the works of David Lynch. Lynchian is a part of our lexicon. Lynchian is a way to describe something that is strange and in an indescribable way. That it's something that feels familiar, but also is very bizarre. That on the surface it looks familiar, but under the surface, and that was what Lynch was so interested in diving into. You know, he would show you something mundane, something that was pretty or, you know, simple, and then reveal the kind of like the perversion underneath it. He would find the darkness and the macabre, and anyway, so Lynchian is now a term that we've had for years, and it is to describe the strangeness of this reality that we all inhabit, that we all share. And it is a way, like when you can't find the words to describe something, Lynchian is that word to use, because that is how a lot of his work felt. Sanku, thank you for the tier 1. Live Right Now, thank you for the 5 months. Eraserhead would be great for film class. I gotta be honest. I think Eraserhead would be a very difficult film to show for film class. I think what would be more accessible, what would be a film that would have a wider appeal, would be Mulholland Drive. You know, like a Mulholland Drive or a Blue Velvet. I think Eraserhead is Eraserhead is a very gorgeous film, and it is, of course, David Lynch's first feature, and he was really obsessed with like the setting of Pennsylvania where he was living, and the smog and the factories, and it is a film where if you are wanting to get into Lynch, of course you should watch Eraserhead. And if you're, you know, Eraserhead is a very, it has its place in cinema history. It's probably like the cult film of the last half century. Like when we talk about cult film, you know, when we talk about something that has reached cult status, Eraserhead is like the definition of cult film. And it was only supposed to be, so before that he had done short films, and so this was his first feature, and it was only going to be like 40 minutes long, and the script was like 20 pages, and then it ended up being about double that. And it's a meditation on fatherhood, on being a parent. It is it's very strange, like a lot of Lynch's work, but it's also a film that Stanley Kubrick really, really loved. He said it was one of his favorites. And when Stanley Kubrick, who is a director who also influenced David Lynch, when Stanley Kubrick saw Eraserhead, he was so intrigued by it. He was obsessed. And Stanley Kubrick was a guy who, you know, obsessiveness was synonymous with Kubrick. And so when he was shooting The Shining, he would have his actors watch Eraserhead. Like he would make them watch that film because he wanted them to understand better where he wanted them to be emotionally, and, you know, like kind of the metaphysical of The Shining. So he's like, this is the vibe. this is the vibe. Even though The Shining is a very different film, of course, you know, Kubrick is a very different director, but he loved the strangeness of Eraserhead. He loved the surrealism and you know, that dream-like quality that came to define Lynch's films. And so anyway, how did I start talking about that? I don't remember.
On a TV in your mind. So they're beautiful gifts. And I always say, you desiring an idea is like a bait on a hook. And if you catch an idea that you love, that's a beautiful, beautiful day.
Cut it. Beautiful.
David Lynch, one of the most iconic filmmakers and creative forces of the 20th and 21st century, has passed away at the age of 78 after battling emphysema. The announcement was made on behalf of his family, stating, "It is with deep regret that we, his family, announce the passing of the man and the artist, David Lynch. There's a big hole in the world now that he is no longer with us.
Yeah.
But, as he would say,
There's the donut and there's the hole. And you should keep your eye on the donut.
Do not show hole. No hole now. No. David Lynch believed in the opposite of hole now. He said no hole. No hole. Focus on the donut. Do not go down the hole. Yeah, so as you will come to see as we watch more of David Lynch interviews, is one, he was very funny. He was this enigmatic, hilarious guy who was, you know, he felt things so deeply. He had all of these ideas. He was very into meditation, and that's it's very apparent in his work that this is somebody who's into transcendental meditation or whatever it's called. And yet he was also like not pretentious. He would have he has a lot of, he's so quotable. He's really, really quotable. He's one of those people where just Google David Lynch quotes and like, you know, a million pop up.
Lynch was born in Missoula, Montana on January 20th, 1946, and became interested in painting and drawing from an early age.
Because I was always drawing, my mother, she refused to ever have me have coloring books. She did not do that for my brother or my sister. Somehow, really a beautiful thing came to her that those would be restrictive and kill some kind of creativity.
His practice of art soon led him to filmmaking in the 1960s, and after directing several short films, he was led to the newly opened American Film Institute, where he would study and inevitably make his first feature film, Eraserhead.
I know.
One of his first short films was called Six Men Getting Sick 6 Times. And it's exactly how it sounds, where it's 6 men who are like vomiting. And he came up with the idea because David Lynch was a painter. So he really wanted to be an artist, and then was broke and was struggling, as most artists do. And he looked at his paintings and wanted to see them move. He wanted to see those paintings come to life, like to have his paintings visualized. And so that is how he initially got into filmmaking, is literally he looked at his paintings and went, how do I make these move? How do I bring these to life?
Pretty clearly that there's one particular shot when Henry walks down the hall, he puts his hand on the doorknob and turns it, and there's a cut a year and a half later, he comes through the door.
The independent feature took 5 years to make, and by 1977, it quickly became a cultural success as a midnight movie of the 1970s, alongside such films as The Rocky Horror Picture Show and Pink Flamingos.
We just wanted to get together and thank all of the people that have supported Eraserhead through the years, and we wish you peace and happiness, and long live Eraserhead. Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
Elaborate on that.
No, I won't.
The success of Eraserhead caught the eyes of Hollywood, which led to comedy legend and filmmaker Mel Brooks hiring him as the director of 1980's The Elephant Man.
And Mel came racing toward me, and he embraced me and said, "You're a madman. I love you. You're in."
And I said, this guy will be a great filmmaker, and I'm going to grab him first, and he's going to direct this script, The Elephant Man.
The Elephant Man was based on the true story of John Merrick, a deformed man in Victorian England starring John Hurt and Anthony Hopkins.
I am not an animal! I am a human being!
After the critical and commercial success of The Elephant Man, which garnered 8 Academy Award nominations.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible because this was Lynch's second feature, and his first feature was, you know, is this very bizarre, personal, spiritual, transcendent work that is, very, very avant-garde. And then Mel Brooks hires him to do The Elephant Man, and it was it's an extraordinarily moving film. It is it's a film that, unlike Eraserhead, received a lot of love from mainstream critics like Roger Ebert. It was a film that established Lynch as a real auteur and a guy who would continue to work in, avant-garde filmmaking, but was also accessible, was a guy who would, for the remainder of his career and his life, be someone who existed in the mainstream. And he received 8 Oscar nominations for The Elephant Man, including Best Picture and Best Director, which was the first of 3 Best Director nominations he received. So he never won at the actual Oscars ceremony, but in, I think it was 2019, he was given an honorary Oscar for his, lifetime of achievements. But he was nominated for The Elephant Man. He was nominated for Blue Velvet, and then he was nominated for Mulholland Drive.
Lynch had become one of the most sought-after directors in Hollywood.
And it was The Elephant Man that somehow got George Lucas to offer me that third Star Wars. And I had next door to 0 interest. And he showed me many animals and different things. Then I got a really, almost like a migraine headache. Even before I got home, I kind of crawled into a phone booth and phoned my agent. I said, "There's no way, no way I can do this."
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
In 1984...
And then this was the first of his collaborations with Kyle MacLachlan, who would, go on to be his male muse. So Lynch had a number of muses. Usually he worked with, usually muses of his were female, like he worked with Laura Dern, Naomi Watts, Isabella Rossellini, and then Kyle MacLachlan. And we will look at Kyle MacLachlan's tribute to Lynch because it's really beautiful, and it genuinely made me, Patricia Arquette is who I meant to say as well. It genuinely made me tear up because there are only a few relationships like this where a director and an actor work with each other throughout the throughout their careers. And David Lynch was instrumental in Kyle MacLachlan's career, and how some of Kyle's greatest work is owed to his relationship with Lynch. Jack Nance, too, whom he knew since before Eraserhead. Yes. Yeah. So Jack Nance was a guy that he knew, and he went on to be the production designer on many of his films. And after Lynch left painting, or when he left school, he traveled around Europe with Jack Fisk. Who did you Jack? Oh, you were talking about Jack Nance. I was talking about Jack Fisk. Excuse me. Jack Fisk, who was his production designer, and then Jack Nance, who starred in Eraserhead, which was Lynch's first film.
Lynch directed the first big-budget adaptation of Frank Herbert's Dune for the Dino De Laurentiis company, which became a critical, commercial, and creative failure for the filmmaker.
Dune, I didn't have final cut on. It was a slow dying the death and a terrible, terrible experience.
Out of the failure of Dune, due to a contractual obligation, Lynch was able to follow this up with one of his greatest successes, 1986's Blue Velvet.
Go to sleep, everything is all right.
Starring Dune star and lifelong friend Kyle MacLachlan, frequent future collaborator and friend Laura Dern, and future partner Isabella Rossellini. Blue Velvet would become considered by many one of the greatest films of the 1980s. Lynch would follow this success.
The original cut of Blue Velvet was, I think, 4 hours. It was 4 hours long, and Lynch was contractually obligated to deliver a 2-hour film, and so he had to cut half of the movie.
With Wild at Heart, starring Laura Dern and Nicolas Cage, which won Palme d'Or at the 1990 Cannes Film Festival.
This is a snakeskin jacket, and for me it's a symbol of my individuality and my belief in personal freedom.
But 1990 brought Lynch more success, with a cultural phenomenon that would change the face of television forever.
She's dead, wrapped in plastic.
In collaboration with writer Mark Frost, Lynch helped create Twin Peaks, a mystery drama series set in a small Washington town, where a popular high school student...
God, that soundtrack just... Ugh. For those who have seen Twin Peaks, the first time that you watched the show and you heard the soundtrack and you saw that, iconic... font, the Twin Peaks font, which is...
In collaboration with writer Mark Frost, Lynch helped create Twin Peaks.
Yeah, it's like this neon... I think, to me, this is an example of the... like the juxtaposition in Twin Peaks. Is here you have the like mountains and nature in the background, and then the font of the show title is like, it's very contrasting to it.
Mystery drama series set in a small Washington town, where a popular high school student...
I've never seen any of his work. Where should I start? I am biased because I watched Mulholland Drive first, but I also think that Mulholland Drive is a good introduction. I would say Mulholland Drive, and then I would say once you've gotten a film or two, then get into Twin Peaks. No, because Twin Peaks is great, but it is a show, right? Where it's like, do you have two seasons worth of time right now to get into Twin Peaks? And then are you going to watch the prequel? And then are you going to watch the reboot that came out in 2017? No, I think Mulholland is a good start for David Lynch.
Laura Palmer has been murdered, and the following investigation to solve the case, led by an eccentric special agent of the FBI, Dale Cooper, played by Kyle MacLachlan.
Damn good coffee.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to use the word reboot. My bad. My bad. People who are screaming at me in caps locks. My bad.
Hot. I have no idea where this will lead us, but I have a definite feeling it will be a place both wonderful and strange.
Despite only lasting 2 years in its initial run, and being cancelled and left on a cliffhanger,
I'll see you again in 25 years.
Twin Peaks is still considered one of the greatest television shows of the 20th century, and often highlighted as a core building block to the
like
prestige
uppercase.
TV boom of everything between HBO and Netflix.
You remind me today of a small Mexican chihuahua.
In the 90s, Lynch
Okay, so I talked about Twin Peaks earlier, but the impact of this show, if you have not seen Twin Peaks, then you have likely seen television that owes a lot to Twin Peaks. If you're a fan of if you're a fan of True Detective, if you are a fan of Yellow Jackets, there's just a lot of examples of very popular TV shows that are totally inspired and that owe a great deal to Twin Peaks. So at the time that Twin Peaks aired, it was very revolutionary for television, which is why David Lynch is an important figure, not just because of his artistry, but also because of how revolutionary he was. And TV in 1990, when Twin Peaks first premiered, TV did not look like Twin Peaks. And if you had a show that was about a murder, it was not something that was explored over an entire season of television, let alone 2 seasons. So it was very peculiar. It was very peculiar. And because, 35 years ago, there was not as much available to watch as there is today, a lot of people who otherwise would not have watched something like Twin Peaks were sitting down every week watching this, watching this show that presented the question, who killed Laura Palmer? But that quickly showed you that there was a lot more that it was interested in exploring than this question that initially hooked a lot of people. Y'all, fun fact, my family used to have a cabin near where they shot parts of Twin Peaks. That is a fun fact.
continued his creative
It was also some nice satire and soap operas of the time. Yeah, for sure. It was a mixture of genres, and it really was just it really was just something that had not been seen before. It was extremely strange and surreal for television, and it like Lynch's other works pushed boundaries, and it was interested more in the world that Lynch had built and exploring that world, because that was a big thing with Lynch, where he would produce these mysteries. You know, there was always mysteries, and then mysteries on top of mysteries, and it was just very bizarre and strange. But that's not what his interest was in. His interest was in the world that had been built to house these mysteries.
Momentum, starting with a film prequel sequel to Twin Peaks, dubbed Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me.
I know, Coop.
Who do you think this is there?
Then Lost Highway in 1997.
Okay, and then as far as Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, so Twin Peaks comes out and Cheryl Lee, who plays the role of Laura Palmer, was a no-name because it was a role of a corpse, and so they didn't want to cast somebody who was a big name. They just needed somebody who could play a dead body. And so, you know, the show revolves around Laura Palmer, but she's not an active character in the show, and yet David Lynch felt this really he felt this pull towards the character of Laura Palmer, and he really, really loved Cheryl Lee as a performer. And so he then did a Twin Peaks film, which is Fire Walk With Me, and it is, you know, Laura's story, and Cheryl Lee stars in the film, and you can just tell how much love David Lynch had for this character. And I think one recurring thing in David Lynch's films is violence against women. But David Lynch, you know, is a filmmaker who is not wanting to show violence against women for the sake of violence against women, right? But actually, you know, the way that he viewed this pervasive issue was in that it is baked into our society. You know, you look behind the white picket fence, the roses growing in the garden, and there is something sinister. There's something that is really violent and harrowing here. And I think he was a director where he didn't just use women as a backdrop, as like part of the plot, because Lynch wasn't interested in plot. And he also, you know, he also didn't view violence against women as something that should just be should just be treated as a narrative thing. Lynch was what opened me to the arts. He showed me how to feel instead of analyze.
To Twin Peaks, dubbed Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me.
I know, Coop. Who do you think this is there?
Then Lost Highway in 1997.
Who are you?
And then the delicate G-rated Disney-produced character drama, The Straight Story, in 1999.
You've got two brothers that
Okay, I have not seen The Straight Story. This is his like one Disney film. Obviously it's got a totally different vibe from the other stuff that we've seen. But I've heard it's good.
Spoken in 10 years. I want to make peace. I want to sit with him, look up at the stars, like we used to do so long ago.
I can't believe it. I'm just so excited to be here. I'm in this dream place.
In 2001, he directed the enigmatic, surrealist, neo-noir Mulholland Drive, starring Naomi Watts in her breakout role, which is often considered his cinematic masterpiece.
That was, as I said, my introduction to Lynch, and I will never forget watching Mulholland Drive, thinking that it was going to be one thing, and then finding myself immersed in this in this world. And that scene where they go to the club and, you know, Naomi Watts is sobbing. I just remember watching that and not really understanding what was happening, but like feeling so deeply, and I didn't know what I was feeling. I couldn't put words to the emotions, but it was a very powerful moment. And like a lot of people, Lynch really opened me up to art in a way that I had not been exposed to before. And it really is an experience, and it really is an individual experience. And everybody is like, I think sometimes when we have conversations about film and about art, we treat it as not an individual experience, when at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's not about just the relationship of the work to the viewer, but the viewer to the work. And everybody is going to be everybody will have a different experience, and that is what Lynch loved and what he thought was the most important thing with his films.
There was born and followed the boy.
Lynch would release one more feature film in 2006, directing the epic surrealist nightmare Inland Empire, starring Laura Dern.
Do you love me? It's a story that happened yesterday, but I know it's tomorrow.
I always say this, a film is sort of like a book, and books get written, and the author maybe passes away, so you can't go talk to them and say,
Okay.
What did you mean, you know?
But the new millennium proved to be a creative playground for Lynch.
And if you can believe it.
In the early 2000s, he created DavidLynch.com, where he would reveal paintings, experimental short films, and documentaries.
We're cooking quinoa.
And created a YouTube channel where he would often be found doing a daily weather report, a ritual he kept up for years, even during the COVID
His Chomsky look.
lockdown.
On 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius. I'm wearing dark glasses today because I'm seeing the future and it's looking very bright.
In 2006, he wrote Catching the Big Fish, Meditation, Consciousness, and Creativity, which describes his creative process, stories from his career, and the benefits he has realized through his practice of transcendental meditation, of which he championed when founding the David Lynch Foundation for Consciousness-Based Education and World Peace, a charitable foundation aimed at funding the teaching of TM for schools, veterans, and other at-risk populations. Always the music enthusiast, he would ramp up production on several albums, releasing 3 albums of his own, and collaborating on others with frequent collaborators Angelo Badalamenti and Krista Bell.
And I would go, and he said, oh, that's it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Angelo. Oh, that's tearing my heart out.
Once upon a time we took a chance and
Thank you, Dang Techno.
in love.
Funny, make me laugh. Go.
Go?
Go. Funny. 3, 2, 1.
Lynch also began taking on more acting roles as he had done in Twin Peaks, in such shows as Louie, The Cleveland Show, and Family Guy, where he played himself.
R.I.P. Louis
I got you a present. It's a thumb. Don't look away. Let the fear wash over you.
I don't understand.
That's the whole point.
He even portrayed another icon of cinema, director
Yeah, so this was this is such a meta moment too, because this was his last appearance. It's not his film, it's the Fabelmans, but he appears at the end, and it's very meta because you have Steven Spielberg, who made a film about, directing, and you have a great director who's directing a great director about a film, in a film about
John Ford for Steven Spielberg's 2023 film, The Fabelmans.
Now remember this.
When the horizon's at the bottom, it's interesting. When the horizon's at the top, it's interesting. When the horizon's in the middle, it's boring as shit. Now, good luck to you.
Get the fuck out.
And get the out of my office. Coffee time.
By 2017, however, he was lured back to his most iconic world, returning to television to direct a long-awaited follow-up to Twin Peaks with Twin Peaks: The Return, an 18-episode limited series event, which continued the story of the original show in surrealistic fashion.
Hello!
Making what many have considered a TV event unlike any other before or since.
What year is this?
What the hell? Thank you for this honor. And to all the people who helped me along the road.
With his death in 2025, Lynch leaves behind a lifetime of unique creativity, making an indelible mark on history and the world at large.
The best thing in the world is ideas. None of us do anything without an idea. So there's ideas for everything, and I love to try to catch ideas and catch an idea that I fall in love with. And then I know exactly what to do. Stay true to that idea, translate it to one medium or another. You know, just realize the ideas that you fall in love with.
Realize the ideas you fall in love with. Okay, so, oops, no, I don't want a Twitter space. I don't want a Twitter space. There's just so many things that have popped up on David Lynch that I'm like, Jesus. Billy Ray Cyrus claims David Lynch helped invent Hannah Montana, which makes sense because he was very into double identities. He really liked, especially with female characters, you know, like the two sides, the blonde, the brunette, the light and the dark. So thinking about David Lynch having a hand in creating Hannah Montana makes so much sense. Here is an example of one of his weather reports. So he did these during COVID. So David Lynch had emphysema. And he was diagnosed. He was diagnosed pretty recently, or at least it was revealed pretty recently, because I think, didn't we cover this? Didn't at some point last year, like, I covered the news that David Lynch had been diagnosed with emphysema, and I was like, oh my God, we got to protect David Lynch at all costs. So Lynch basically started smoking when he was a child, okay? He was like 7 or 8 years old and smoked 2 packs a day. And so he had obviously burnt his lungs to shit, but also because of COVID, he had not left his house for, you know, he couldn't leave his house, especially when masking mandates were dropped and he was just too much at risk. His lungs were very much so holding on to dear life. And it's not confirmed, but it is probable that the smoke in LA, because of all the wildfires, has potentially, one of the fallen soldiers left in the wildfires' wake is potentially David Lynch. But to be clear, yes, he had emphysema. We knew he had emphysema. We knew last year, and then he died at age 78. So I commented on Lolo's post when he's like, okay, so should I quit smoking? I was like, so do we smoke one for David or literally never smoke again? He evacuated like a week or so before he died, but just the stress of that, along with any inhalation of it, could have been a major trigger. Yeah. It's quite sad. It's very, very, very sad. But smoking was a part of who David Lynch was. Like, every person who worked with Lynch, talks about Lynch, describes him, where they're like, oh yeah, David had his cigarette and he'd be like, okay, I want you to try it this way. And anyway, here's one of his weather reports. I think this is his last weather report that he did during COVID, and I think this introduced him to a new audience of people. It sucks how disabled and sick people like Lynch have been systemically shut out of public life because of lack of clean air standards and people unwilling to mask without mandates. Speed, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, I mean, it is, I think, something that I'm seeing as part of the conversation around David Lynch is people who are addressing the fact that, like, David, who was disabled because of his emphysema and you know, the chronic lung condition that he had, and how for the remainder of his life, first of all, his life probably being shortened because of air pollution and because of other factors that are preventable. Yes, he was essentially immunocompromised, and it's a shame that he had to live his final years basically inside.
Number 16, 2022, and if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Hey, you guys.
Here in LA, a cloudy morning.
It is a Friday once again.
Quite a breeze blowing right now.
I should play this every
50 degrees
Friday.
Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius. Today I was thinking about the song The World Spins. And I believe it was mine and Angelo and Julie's favorite song we did together. And I think it's from the year 1987, maybe 86, 87, somewhere in there. This afternoon it'll be going up to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 20 Celsius. And it looks like...
Wait, Mike plays this every Friday? Oh, that's so funny. I got to start doing that.
Partly cloudy all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
Everyone, have a great day. Yeah, I saw somebody mention that he has the best hairline in Hollywood. That's the other thing is, like, David Lynch was a hottie, okay? He had amazing hair. He had amazing style that was so consistent, you know? He always wore his glasses. He had his black button-up. And he was hot, okay? He was a hottie. And everything else has been said about David Lynch, and I feel like we must mention that. You know? We've talked about his art. We've talked about his, you know, everything that made up David Lynch, the artist and the person. And we would be remiss to not mention that that he was a hottie.
Good morning. It's August 28, 2020, and once again, it's a Friday. Here in LA, some early morning fog per usual, clearing away, very still right now, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, around 18 Celsius. Today, I was thinking, what a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. Should go up to around 85 degrees Fahrenheit this afternoon, around 30 degrees Celsius. And once again, we should be enjoying those beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine. Everyone, have a great day. Especially Lula.
You know what? Seriously, though, David Lynch's weather reports during COVID, this man understood people. And, you know, in a different and would present that in a different way from, you know, a like a Noah Baumbach, who is a great screenwriter and gets real deep into the small, like, interpersonal moments. But like he knew what people needed. Like,
Cloudy morning.
seriously, I think his weather reports are an example of how David really had a connection with people. Yeah. That here we are in a pandemic. What is something so simple but can be a lifeline? And how about David Lynch giving weather reports during COVID and being silly? Yeah, just a ton of iconic photos. I mean, my God. Here's to feeling good all the time. Legend, icon. I cannot use those words enough. All right, here's Kyle MacLachlan's tribute. 42 years ago, for reasons beyond my comprehension, David Lynch plucked me out of obscurity to star in his first and last big budget movie. He clearly saw something in me that even I didn't recognize. I owe my entire career and life, really, to his vision. What I saw in him was an enigmatic and intuitive man with a creative ocean bursting forth inside of him. He was in touch with something that the rest of us wish that we could get to. Our friendship blossomed on Blue Velvet and then Twin Peaks, and I always found him to be the most authentically alive person I had ever met. What a gorgeous descriptor. I hope that I hope that one day someone will describe me as authentically alive. David was in tune with the universe and his own imagination on a level that seemed to be the best version of human. He was not interested in answers because he understood that questions are the drive that make us who we are. They are our breath. While the world has lost a remarkable artist, I have lost a dear friend who imagined a future for me and allowed me to travel in worlds I could never have conceived on my own. I can see him now standing up to greet me in his backyard with a warm smile and big hug and the Great Plains honk of a voice. We'd talk coffee, damn good cup of coffee, the joy of the unexpected, the beauty of the world, and laugh. His love for me and mine for him came out of the cosmic fate of two people who saw the best things about themselves in each other. I will miss him more than the limits of my language can tell and my heart can bear. My world is that much fuller because I knew him, and that much emptier now that he's gone. David, I remain forever changed and forever your Kale. Thank you for everything. Oh, God. My world is that much fuller because I knew him, and that much emptier now that he's gone. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, come on. Oh, my God. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Okay, I want to watch this video. Naomi Watts, Laura Dern, and Patricia Arquette tell David Lynch stories.
Blue Velvet was my first David Lynch movie. I hadn't read the script yet. He walked out, and I, was just startled by every aspect of him. And he looked at me, and I was waiting for this these magical words. And it was a magical moment, but he went, I have to pee. And so he disappeared.
In the case of Lost Highway, I'd say David. So am I playing two different people? Yes. Is one of them a ghost? Is one a hallucination?
Right. That was the thing, is with David Lynch films, often the actors didn't know what the fuck was going on. Lost Highway, right. Like, if you look at Lost Highway, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. If you're trying to make sense, if you're trying to make logical sense of Lost Highway, you will drive yourself insane. But because, so similar with Kubrick, where actors who got the chance to work with Kubrick they knew that it was going to be intense. They knew that working with Kubrick could mean a 2-year laborious process, right? In Eyes Wide Shut, there is a shot where Tom Cruise is walking through a door, and Kubrick shot it 83 times. And they, actors get told, okay, it should be, a 4 to 6 month process, and then it's like 2 to 3 years. But they sign up for it, and they do it because it's Kubrick, and because they know what they pretty much know what they're signing up for. And with Lynch was a guy whose scripts would not make any sense on the surface. And as an actor who your job is, you're trying to dive into the work, you're trying to understand character motivations, you're trying to know who these people are, you want to know what's going on. It can be, I'm sure, a frustrating thing when you're like, what the fuck does this mean? But yes, he teaches learn by doing, where that was Lynch, though, where they'd be like, okay, wait, so is it this or is it this? He'd be like, yeah. Like, what do you think? How do you feel about it? What do you want? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Are these real people? What am I playing here? I don't know, Patricia. What do you think? So I had to come up with a whole concept of what I thought Lost Highway was about. At one point when I was talking about, okay, I think for the Renee character, I should have dark hair and blunt cut bangs like Betty Page. And David said, who's that? And I was like, Betty Page, David. Betty Page! If you don't know Betty Page. And then I turned him on to Betty Page, and he was like, oh, Betty Page, wow, she's the bee's knees. Wow.
I sat down.
And I think one reason why sometimes in Lynch films, it feels like there's multiple films happening, or you'll get a scene and you're like, what is this? Where did this come from? Like the cowboy scene in Mulholland Drive, where suddenly there's this cowboy character and you're like, did I accidentally click onto a different movie? And it is, but again, keeping in mind that Lynch films are very, very dreamlike, and in your dreams, things suddenly, one thing is happening, and then you're in a totally different setting, and something totally different is happening. But also because actors in Lynch films were tasked with figuring out what they thought it meant, just like people who watch Lynch movies. And as Patricia Arquette explained, where he was like, what do you think? Whatever you think, whatever you want to do. And so that was the task of the actor.
And I was like, hi, and he said, nice to meet you, Naomi. He's got that intense ear-to-ear grin, and smoking up a storm. So how's your day? Tell me everything. I'm like, well, what? Like, I got on the plane and I'm in New York. I had theater tickets and they told me to come here, so I came here. And wait, are you really interested in this? And he was like, yeah, tell me everything. You got to remember, I was at a point where I'd been auditioning for 10 years and people could barely give you eye contact. But with David, he was just genuinely interested.
I got a call that he wanted to meet me at Bob's Big Boy to see if Kyle MacLachlan and I could get along or something. It was like a chemistry lunch. We ordered malts and French fries, and David was doodling on napkins while Kyle was doodling with a knife into his ketchup. And I mean, a girl either goes, these are really bizarre men and they're twin souls, or I'm in love with both these people and want to spend the rest of my lives with them, which is how I responded. My nickname is Tidbit. The only other two I know are Naomi is Buttercup and Patricia is Solid Gold. And I'm Tidbit since I was 16. I just remember he said, cut, Tidbit, you'll have them bolting for the fire exits. I was like, Oh my God. Seemingly crushed, but he was so happy, I guess.
I think there's a story about when Laura booked the role in Blue Velvet. So she was in school, and it was, I think, her first major role. And she was pretty much threatened by the administration that if she took this role that she would be kicked out or something like. Yeah, I think the UCLA story, I'm trying to remember it, where they basically read the script and they were like, this is horrible. This is, like shameful. And they told her, they were like, this is a huge mistake. And if you do this, we will kick you out of school. And she was like, I'm taking this role. Like, I am. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I'm going to turn down being in a David Lynch film?
The way you wanted me to. You know he has a megaphone, right? Even if there's like 3 people in the room. It's so cool. I really, really like that kind of commitment. He has a SIG. Yeah. Hanging out.
Also, this is Laura Dern, who is the daughter of Bruce Dern. Right? Like she comes from a film making legacy. Her mother is Diane Ladd, the actress Diane Ladd, and her father is Bruce Dern. And it's just funny of all people to be like, you cannot do this, to say it to the child of an actress and a renowned director. Who, like, do you seriously think Laura Dern is gonna say no to this role in a David Lynch film?
Out of his mouth, and he's like, I need a little more danger in her face. Yeah. The table wasn't quite dirty enough, and so he was just like on the megaphone, can I get a Bisquick? And someone comes over with Bisquick,
Dawn,
and he starts like
months.
with a cig hanging out of his mouth, like rubbing a paste of like gunk to spread over the table in front of me. It was truly one of my favorite moments.
King Kong came along, so I called David, and I'll never forget what he said. Naomi, anyone who sits in the hand of King Kong will be a movie star for life. That's what he said. So I said, okay.
Wild at Heart was such an intimate movie that he was usually sitting on the bed while we were doing our love scenes, and we had scenes where we'd get the giggles and he'd have to like...
And was he wrong? Exactly. This is what I mean by David Lynch was not some like pretentious, this is what movies should be. This is what real actors do. And what they don't do. Naomi Watts gets the opportunity to be in King Kong, a massive blockbuster film that did cement her as a movie star. And David Lynch is like, do it.
Pinch our feet to get us to stop laughing. But he was always right there, always right next to the camera, very, very close. And usually...
Did you see Andy Cohen dropping the news of David Lynch's passing live and recording to the Severance cast? I did. It only further cements that Andy Cohen he's the fucking worst. I cannot stand Andy Cohen. There's just too many things that man has done. He's such a shit fuck.
As we were rolling, he'd be able to somehow whisper in my ear and then go back and hide, which was just beautiful.
I remember there's this big scene in the desert that Balthazar, Getty, and I have at the end of the movie, and I have this robe on, and I don't have any clothes on underneath. I said to Balthazar, okay, when we're supposed to be having sex and I'm sitting on top of you, put your hands on my boobs and keep them there. I'm like, Balthazar, I'd rather you touch my boobs than the world see my boobs. So keep your hands on my boobs. I wanted to change my nails these are Renee's nail colors. These are Alice's nail colors. And so I would be changing my nails in between scenes, sometimes like 5 times a day, going back and forth between characters. And I remember I painted these kind of greenish blue nails in one scene, and we shot it. David was like, "Oh, I just saw the dailies. Thank God you did that nail color, because it's just zing, zing."
You know what, Dave?
Andy Cohen's whole life has turned into wanting to be an internet clip. Ain't that the perfect way to describe him?
It does, which I love. It's like he's in the scene with you. He's on his megaphone, even when he's like 2 feet away from you. Such a freak. And he'll often direct you in the scene. You say a line and then say it again. No, rip his head off. Just go for it, Naomi. Just take him by the balls, and like, he'll just give you these, and you actually, it gets you going. It does. Like, I think not everyone could do that. Like, if certain directors, if they would really like throw me. But there's something about David where he's in the scene with you, and it feels comfortable and it feels good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, W Magazine, for the details. For the details of what they're wearing. Yeah, you know what the thing is that you can tell when actors are genuinely genuinely love a director, and when they're just trying to not screw up their careers, or just not be so explicit in their disdain or their criticism for a director they've worked with. And the way that people talk about Lynch, that's the thing. I always think a testament to how somebody was is listen to how the people who were around them, who worked with them, how they speak about them. Especially great artists, other great directors. Martin Scorsese, for example, this is his tribute. I hear and read the word visionary a lot these days. It's become a kind of catch-all description, another piece of promotional language. But David Lynch really was a visionary. In fact, the word could have been invented to describe the man and the films, the series, the images, and the sounds that he left behind. He created forms that seemed like they were right on the edge of falling apart, but somehow never did. He put images on the screen unlike anything that I or anybody else had ever seen. He made everything strange, uncanny, revelatory, and new. And he was absolutely uncompromising from start to finish. It's a sad, sad day for movie makers, movie lovers, and for the art of cinema. But Eraserhead, The Elephant Man, Blue Velvet, Wild at Heart, the 2 Twin Peaks series, and the film Fire Walk with Me, Lost Highway, The Straight Story, Mulholland Drive, Inland Empire. As the years and the decades go by, they will just keep growing and deepening. We were lucky to have had David Lynch. And then this is a quote that a lot of people have been sharing. This is from his book that he wrote. Ideas are like fish. If you want to catch little fish, you can stay in the shallow water. But if you want to catch the big fish, you've got to go deeper. Down deep, the fish are more powerful and more pure. They're huge and abstract, and they're very beautiful. I look for a certain kind of fish that is important to me, one that can translate to cinema. But there are all kinds of fish swimming down there. There are fish for business, fish for sports, there are fish for everything. Everything, anything that is a thing, comes up from the deepest level. Modern physics calls that level the unified field. The more your consciousness, your awareness, is expanded, the deeper you go towards the source, and the bigger the fish you can catch. My 33-year practice of the Transcendental Meditation program has been central to my work in film and painting, and to all areas of my life. For me, it has been the way to dive deeper in search of the big fish. Like I said, a lot of very memorable quotes from David Lynch. And he was somebody who would also say that he was not good with language, which is why cinema was his language. He spoke in visuals. But I think I think he sold himself short. I think he's a guy who his the visuals that he created, the paintings that he brought to life were a language, and also the words that he would share, and how he would how he would talk about art, because that was the thing, right? It wasn't just like the art of David Lynch, but it was also in the way that he made people think about art because of how he talked about art. Not just how he showed his art, but also how he talked about art as a spiritual practice, how he talked about his meditation practice, and how that was very instrumental to what he would then create. John Carpenter's tribute: I got to be friends with David Lynch when we were both at Universal years ago. A very kind man. He was a fan of Bob's Big Boy. So was I. I'm going to miss him. R.I.P. David. There was a really, really cute, really cute tribute at Bob's Big Boy today that I saw, where a lot of people were like, dropping off very David Lynch associated things. The guy loved Coke, not drugs. Like, he would drink 2 Cokes. He talked about that. Lynch on watching movies on your phone. Here we go.
Now, if you're playing the movie on a telephone, you will never in a trillion years experience the film. You'll think you have experienced it, but you'll be cheated. It's such a sadness that you think you've seen a film on your fucking telephone. Get real.
iPhone. Like, even NASA is doing a tribute to this guy. Keep your eye on the donut and not on the hole. In memory of David Lynch, we will continue to explore the otherworldly and the unknown. We will focus not on the loss, but on what we gained from the years that we shared this planet with you. We will see you in our dreams. Fucking NASA. Like, this is what I mean when I say everybody and their mother is feeling the loss of David Lynch. That he meant so much to a lot of people, and I've seen this repeated all over the place. I'll see you in my dreams, and what a beautiful thought, right? That Lynch, his films will forever live on. That is the beauty of cinema, is that even after he's gone, his movies are still here. But also just this idea that, like, we will see you in our dreams. Lynch on the importance of viewer making their own interpretations of his films.
People don't understand. How do you respond to the idea that, it doesn't make sense, or, people don't understand? Like, what do you think about that? And what would you say to other people who maybe like making things that other people don't think make sense?
Can you believe, like, just the other day, some guy called Will Neff said David Lynch was not his cup of coffee? Now, I will defend some guy called Will Neff, because I know what Will Neff loves in his movies. Will Neff has never shied away from saying what it is that he seeks in film and why he was drawn to film in the first place. You don't have to like everything. There are a lot of people who love Lynch, who appreciate Lynch, and and even amongst the Lynch appreciators are ones like Will Neff, where he is not the type of person who Lynch films are his favorite type of films. And I remember yesterday I woke up and I said, "Oh my God, David Lynch died." And both of us just immediately were like, "Oh man." We kind of sat there. We sat there for a moment in silence, just thinking, and then we started talking about David Lynch. And I I love Lynch's work more than Will does, but also we are very different in our tastes, and yet we both found, in the conversation that we had, it was still this deep love for David Lynch. An appreciation, even if it's not your cup of tea, but you recognize the value, and you recognize how revolutionary somebody like Lynch was. Will stated he doesn't care for Lynch, but I imagine he appreciates him. Mm-hmm. It did not occur to me that David Lynch could die. What a strange world we live in. Yeah, I saw that too. Okay, so anyway, here. Like, I think I think the point I really want to stress is, I get that weirdness for the sake of weirdness is like a frustrating thing, but to me, Lynch was not weird for the sake of weird. He wasn't just trying to be provocative. He wasn't just like throwing stuff at the wall and being like, whatever. He wasn't Grimes saying, I know that doesn't make sense, but I'm an artist and it's my job. When she says something like, capitalism should have trees, or whatever the fuck she was saying. Lynch always had purpose. His filmmaking, his art was a very spiritual practice, and he would talk about where his ideas came from. He just didn't want to explain what his work meant. But he, in that quote we read about little fish versus big fish, all of his interviews talking about meditation, where he talks about how he dives beneath the surface, and he digs out these otherworldly, huge, abstract ideas, and then tries to bring them to life. And it doesn't always make sense. Often it doesn't make sense, because for him, he's like, life doesn't make sense. And the purpose is not in making sense of these ideas that I have, of these images that I want to create, but that is okay. And for some people, when they watch movies, they don't want that. They don't want something that is purposefully not clear in its interpretation. They don't want something where it's less, of a focus on a narrative, a clear narrative, a story being told, and is more something that lives in the abstract. That's very, expressionistic. That is goes beyond the rational. Capitalism should have trees, definitely. Yeah.
I think
His personality helped to stomach the weirdness. When I felt turned off at first from what I was watching, it helped me be more open-minded. Yeah, and I will never say, if you don't love the work of David Lynch, then you're a troglodyte or whatever, that you don't know anything about cinema. I think Lynch is a guy who would be perfectly fine, and I'm sure there's a quote from him somewhere, of people not loving his films, because it was all about the individual experience. It's all about who you are as a person, what your what your life is, how everything that has brought you up to the moment of when you watch this film. And also what art just has meaning for different meanings for people. And it isn't for everybody. What is amazing about Lynch is that he didn't, he's not a filmmaker who remained in the fringes. He's not a guy where it's someone who's, smoking a cigarette outside an underground club in like Brooklyn is like, David Lynch. He is someone who was in the mainstream, and amazingly, a vast spectrum of film watchers have fallen in love with the works of Lynch. Yeah, but also that doesn't mean that he is for everyone.
I love ideas. I like a story that's got some concrete, structure, but also holds abstractions. Life is filled with abstractions, and the way we make heads or tails of it is through intuition. And so people get used to film that pretty much explains itself 100%, and they kind of turn off that, beautiful thing of intuition when they're looking at a film that has some abstractions. And some people, on the other hand, love these abstractions, and it gives them room to dream. An abstraction, to me, is a thing that cinema can say. And it's so beautiful, for me anyway, to think about these pictures and sounds flowing along together in time, in a sequence, making a thing that can only really be said in cinema. It's not words, it's not just music, it's a whole bunch of things coming together and making a thing that didn't exist before. And that's what I really love about it.
Thank you.
And then to answer your question a little further, it's up to the people then, to find their own, interpretation. It doesn't really matter what I think. Every screening, no matter what, even all the frames of the film are exactly the same, but there's no two screenings that are exactly the same. It's the viewer and the picture and sound, and it makes a circle, and it just goes like that. And so you just feel it and think it. That's kind of intuition, emotion, and thinking together, and come up, make it have a sense to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love his quote when he's like, people are always asking me to explain my movies, and it's like, but the movie is telling. Like, the movie is the telling. Why do I need to explain this? But what does it mean, David? But what does it mean? David Lynch versus network execs. Okay, wait. I think I have a clip somewhere of David Lynch threatening, wait, where is it? I think it was David Lynch. He said what Bob Iger's address is, or he was going to dox Bob Iger because they were going to kill Twin Peaks or something like that. So Twin Peaks, I think this is it. Okay, Twin Peaks is in production. Lynch is up in Washington and hears that a particularly annoying ABC executive is coming for a set visit. The executive shows up in the morning and Lynch proclaims, "You've got a great face. I'm going to make you an extra. Get him to hair and makeup." The executive is flattered and delighted as he's hustled off, put through hair and makeup, and hustled off to the diner location where he's to be an extra. What he didn't know was the diner was the last scene to be filmed that day. So instead of hovering over Lynch's shoulder, the ABC exec spends all day sitting alone in a diner booth waiting patiently for his moment in the spotlight. Lynch managed to get free of him while making him somehow feel flattered by the whole experience. R.I.P. legend. I think 90% of the Lynch stories Bob told us involved the different ways he would screw with network executives to keep them off of his back. Okay, so here's the clip of him on Letterman.
If you stop and think about it, it seems like it might be the kind of show that would be, kind of have a limited run, and then would become a classic forever.
That's okay too.
Yeah.
If it has to end, that's all right. But if it doesn't have to end, that's even better. And I'm asking people to write to Bob Iger, the president of ABC, and if I could give the address.
Yes, please do.
Thanks.
I love annoying these network weasels. Even if it's not this network, let's just annoy some network weasel here tonight.
It's very difficult to write a letter. People say, okay, I'll write a letter, but when it comes down to it, it's hard, and I understand that. But if they could write a letter to Bob Iger.
Bob Iger, E-I-G-E-R.
I-G-E-R.
I-G-E-R.
Right.
Bob Iger.
ABC Television, 77 West 66th Street.
All right.
New York, 10023.
Okay. Do you have his phone number there?
I don't have his phone number. Wait.
Do you know this guy?
Yes, he's a real good guy.
And is he on your side?
He is.
Yeah, okay.
But he needs to know certain things from the people.
Yeah. You know, this is here.
You know, the thing is, too, is that because of network pressure to, like, to reveal who killed Laura Palmer. They're like, everybody wants to know who killed Laura Palmer. You've been doing this thing for 2 seasons now, almost 2 seasons now. Like, great, okay, but get on with it. After audiences learned the answer to that question, the show fell off in ratings. People stopped watching it, and it wasn't renewed for a 3rd season. Because once they got the answer to their question, they stopped watching, and the network was like, we're not gonna renew this. And then Lynch did leave. Yeah, he was working on what was the film he was working on? Wild at Heart. Yeah. Yes. Okay, this is David Lynch when a producer suggests a scene might be too long.
Time down.
What is this with everybody?
No.
What is it? Really?
Only me. It's
Why?
my
I'm serious. Fucking A, man. It drives me nuts. Who gives a fucking shit how long a scene is?
If you want to cut the time down, I'll tell you.
What is this with everybody?
No.
What is it? Really?
What is this with everybody?
Why? I'm serious. Fucking A, man. It drives me nuts. Who gives a fucking shit how long a scene is?
Gives a fucking shit how long a scene is. And you know, I think it's such a shame because David was struggling to get funding for his final project, and it's I think it's just like kind of telling where the state of the industry is for filmmakers like David Lynch, where, man, I mean, he's gone now. He's gone, and the last thing that we got from him was Twin Peaks. Was bringing back Twin Peaks in 2017, and his and his last feature film was almost 20 years ago. Inland Empire was made in 2006. Yeah, apparently Ted Sarandis at Netflix was like, oh, we were working on something with David Lynch, and like, we'll miss him, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, John Waters too, who's been struggling to get funding for his projects. Yeah, this is a great tweet by David Ehrlich, who I talked to earlier today. Ehrlichier today. No, that doesn't work. David Lynch gave us the language we needed to better articulate the indescribable strangeness of our shared reality. Lynchian is so overused because it's a viscerally understandable word without any known synonyms. I can't imagine a more beautiful artistic legacy than that. Like, that is how big of a deal David Lynch was. I mean, like, there are few people whose names have become part of our language to describe something when no other words work. Here was David Lynch on Los Angeles. I came to Los Angeles from Philadelphia, where I had lived for 5 years attending art school. Philly is known as the city of brotherly love, but when I was there, it was a hellhole. There wasn't a lot of love for that city. And Lynch was very fascinated by he was very fascinated by the decay in Philadelphia, the haziness, that's where he was inspired to do his first film, Eraserhead. And anyway, I arrived in LA at night, so it wasn't until the next morning when I stepped out of a small apartment on San Vicente Boulevard that I saw this light, and it thrilled my soul. I feel lucky to live with that light. I love Los Angeles. I know a lot of people go there and they see just a huge sprawl of sameness. But when you're there for a while, you realize that each section has its own mood. The golden age of cinema is still alive there, and the smell of jasmine at night and the beautiful weather. And the light is inspiring and energizing. Even with smog, there's something about that light that's not harsh, but bright and smooth. It fills me with the feeling that all possibilities are available. I don't know why. It's different from the light in other places. The light in Philadelphia, even in the summer, is not nearly as bright. It was the light that brought everybody to LA to make films in the early days. It's still a beautiful place. You know, this is something that I have felt for a long time, even as the industry has undergone upheavals and, strikes and a pandemic, and production has moved out, and it feels very it feels like it's getting emptier and emptier. Like there is still a magic to LA, and there's still this beauty in LA being a city that so many people have come to and continue to come to because they dream of making things. And I kind of look at my life, and I'm in my early 30s, but people ask me all the time if I think I'll stay in Los Angeles. Will and I, when we talk about where do we think is where do we want to end up, that type of question, right? Like, where do we want to go? And I do not feel ready to call it quits on Los Angeles. I still feel this connection with the city, and it's even with everything that's, all the problems going on, and there's fires everywhere, although they've gotten much better. It's still like it's still a dreamer's town, and not Kwanwood. Yeah, Quallywood. And it's one where I think I'll feel a great sadness if the day comes that I do leave LA, that I sever the string. And it's, yeah, I a lot of people will talk shit on LA, especially people who don't live here, and they've got a lot of things to say, but yeah, classic glorifying Hollywood again. But there is something special about a place that people for decades have come to in search of something greater than themselves. I love this quote. People bring up Vincent van Gogh as an example of a painter who did great work in spite of or because of his suffering. I like to think that Van Gogh would have been even more prolific and even greater if he wasn't so restricted by the things tormenting him. I don't think it was pain that made him so great. I think painting brought him whatever happiness he had. Man, that is like what we were talking about a couple days ago about the fear that creative people with mental illness have about going on medication, about treating that mental illness, about treating their sadness, and what effect that will have on their art, on their creativity. And I think this line here, I like to think that Van Gogh would have been even more prolific and even greater if he wasn't so restricted by the things tormenting him. I like to think that too. I like to think that for anybody who's got a creative soul, but also, a real sadness, and is afraid to, as much as it causes them pain to be sad, they're also afraid to give that up. And I do believe at the end of the day it will always be better to not suffer. How do you explain Stephen King and Eminem drop off when sober? Okay, very true. Let me get back to you on that one. I'm a designer, so it's a little different, but I've created a lot more when I'm healthier. Yeah, I always think about Cutie, because Cutie's like, I think if I weren't sad, then I wouldn't be funny. I'm like, I don't think that's true. I think if you weren't sad, you wouldn't be sad. Like, if you weren't sad anymore, you wouldn't be crushed under the weight of your depression, but it doesn't mean that you wouldn't be funny. There's a lot of people who aren't depressed who are funny, and also people who are depressed but like manage their depression, and it doesn't take their humor from them. Here's Trent Reznor on Lynch. So we set up a weekend for him to come to my place in New Orleans. At first, it was like the most high pressure situation ever. It was literally 1 minute. Hi, I'm David Lynch. And he's cooler than I even imagined he would be. 3 minutes later, he's saying, well, let's go in the studio and get started. Then he'd describe a scene and say, here's what I want. Now, there's a police car chasing Fred down the highway, and I want you to picture this. There's a box, okay? And in this box, there's snakes coming out, snakes whizzing past your face. So what I want is the sound of that, the snakes whizzing out of the box. But it's got to be like impending doom. And he hadn't brought any footage with him. He says, okay, go ahead. Give me that sound. Like, what the fuck? Mel Brooks, David Lynch is huge and sad loss, remarkably unique and very talented filmmaker. It was such a great pleasure to work with him. If his name was in the credits, you knew the film was really worth seeing. I will miss him. Okay, so here is David Lynch's daily routine. Mel Brooks is old as fuck.
David Lynch seems to be filled to the brim with ideas. He has, since his start as a filmmaker in 1967, created some of the most original work ever seen. According to Lynch, one of the things that allow him to keep coming up with new ideas is his rigid daily routine. Lynch's days all start off pretty much the same, with a few cigarettes and a cappuccino. After this, he performs the first of his 2 daily meditations.
A few cigs and a cappuccino.
Sessions, which is followed by a small smoothie with protein powder, blueberries, and peaches. The rest of Lynch's day goes on with just as much structure. Each day he wears the same clothes, eats the same lunch, and the same dinner. He does all of this to create order in his life, which allows his mind to freely think about other things, to always be focused on his work and new ideas.
Okay, here is Lynch receiving his honorary Oscar award.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
I saw somebody describe once like the difference between a Tarantino and a Lynch. So Tarantino, who was Tarantino is a filmmaker who does not hide the fact that he rips from other filmmakers, that he is, all his style comes from, the people like Lynch, the Japanese filmmakers that he, that he loves so much. He says that his work is, yes, it is a culmination of these styles of directors that he admires. But anyway, I saw it explained that like Quentin Tarantino is interested in the violence of somebody getting their ear slashed off, and Lynch is interested in the ear, right, where the violence is not the focus, but it's what's after that. And the ear is, of course, if one of the most famous images from Lynch's work, because that is how essentially Blue Velvet starts off. Kyle MacLachlan's character finds a severed ear in a field, and it intrigues him, right? And so rather than like having a Quentin Tarantino like ultra violent scene of like the ear getting chopped off, that's not what Lynch is interested in. He wants to he's like mesmerized by the severed ear.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. To the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, thank you for this honor. And to all the people who helped me along the road, congratulations to the other honorees tonight, and everyone have a great night. You have a very interesting face. Good night.
The other one is Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet's another one. When
I love listening to actors talk about the work of filmmakers who they never even worked with. And like, I love Bill Burr has this series of videos where he talks about movies, like he gives his thoughts on stuff. And I love it so much. And Bill Hader also, there's a number of videos of Bill Hader talking about, the work of great filmmakers.
Oh, you guys gotta check out Blue Velvet. And I've shown it to friends, and they just go, "No way, man."
Wow.
Yeah. Isabella Rossellini beaten up walking down the street. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's rough. It's very rough. Oh man, Razorhead it just opened up all these possibilities within cinema, it wasn't like anything I had seen before. It was so genuine to itself, it was just from somebody who was, you could just tell, David Lynch. I mean, I'd seen Blue Velvet, so I knew who he was, but then when I watched Razorhead, it was kind of just someone following their instincts and just being just true to themselves. And it was something that so many people told me how weird it was, and I go, oh, this is a movie about a guy afraid of getting married and having a kid, Then you watch it and you go, I bet this guy was, married and had a kid and was freaked out. And then I, read his book, and yeah, he was, it was just like, it was an artistic expression of his fears, he's married to someone and her family and getting this girl pregnant who's a little crazy and not really, and she doesn't like him, and they have this really acrimonious relationship, and he lusts for that woman across the hallway, and fear of having a baby, and what if that baby is deformed,
Honestly, I think the baby is so cute.
I always remember when the baby's crying and it's in the night and has the humidifier on, and then turns on the light and the baby has all the sores over his face, and Jack Nance goes, "Oh, you are sick." I was like, Jesus Christ. And then, the lady in the elevator, and the lady in the radiator, her coming out of the darkness when she sings In Heaven. I always thought that was so creepy. She just comes right out of total darkness. I just appreciated something that worked on this kind of like horror film level but was so unique to itself, to that person, and it was just very honest and heartbreaking. And again, I keep in mind, it's just something very, I think, relatable to people. It was like a guy just, his own expression of what he was going through, but it came out in this weird story. You know, I just thought, oh wow, you could do that. That's really cool. You know? It all kind of has this 50s kind of 60s vibe to it.
I just realized that he took the secret of how they made that baby to the grave. So at a screening of Eraserhead, David Lynch famously goes, he famously says to the audience, he's like, don't ask about the baby. Don't ask about the baby. Where he's like, just don't even try to ask me what this is or like where this came from.
That scene with the parents, you know, you watch what happens in that scene, and if you don't say what the scene is, but you just put it out in an outline, it is Ozzie and Harriet kind of thing, you know, going to meet the parents, they sit down, they eat dinner and everything like that. But in this one, it's, you know, the chicken starts shooting blood out between its legs, basically, and it's, you know, these close-ups of the orifice, and it's just this, it's this like terror of, I don't know, sexuality or something, you know what I mean? It's really unnerving, but it means something. It's not just kind of surface.
Yeah, there was also like a comedy to David Lynch films because of these just like super fucking bizarre moments and the way that the way that the other characters would behave, where you're like, this is just so you know, when something is uncomfortable and it makes you laugh, there's like there's like a kind of a perverse humor in a lot of Lynch films because it is so absurd, right?
Surface and there for effect, you know. In his best stuff, I always feel like there's always this really, really deep meaning to it that I think to him is really simple,
right?
You know. Elephant Man is a brilliant film. Yeah, it was so heartbreaking too. I remember my parents telling me about the Elephant Man, and I thought it was sad, about a deformed man who couldn't lay down to sleep, and if he lay down, he'd die. You know, it was just so heartbreaking. And for David Lynch to be able to take that script and to take that and bring some of his own thing to it and his own kind of be intuitive with it, but not smother it, you know, he made like an incredibly handsome movie. You don't think, I give Mel Brooks deserves a lot of credit for seeing Eraserhead and being like, yeah, this guy could shoot Elephant Man with all these massive British actors and something that needs a really specific gentle touch to it. And John Hurt's performance is amazing, and Anthony Hopkins is just, Anthony Hopkins, the first time he sees him, he just cries. Remember, it's so heartbreaking. And yeah, that was a brilliant scene where he comes in, you don't even show the Elephant Man, it's just Anthony Hopkins' reaction to him, and just one tear goes down his eye. I mean, it's pretty startling that the guy who's doing the guy who did Eraserhead could, on his second film and first big studio film, have this kind of confidence of how to stage things and shoot things. It was pretty amazing. A friend of mine told me he saw Elephant Man in the theater, and there was a scene
I don't even think Elephant Man is anywhere on streaming, like let alone on YouTube free movies. I don't see it available anywhere.
Elephant Man's talking to the singer woman, and it's a very sweet, gentle scene, and she's kind of looking at him like he's a human, and she's saying, it's so nice to meet you, and it's this quiet moment, and the guy in the theater went, "Killer Elephant Man."
Yeah, but I think it's on Criterion for purchase.
Like he's like, this is a monster movie, right? When's Elephant Man gonna start killing people?
Okay. Here's Coralie Farge.
To me, like doing a movie on Los
talking about how Mulholland Drive influenced The Substance.
Angeles.
Wait, actually, before I watch this, I must interrupt. Are Oscar voters finishing The Brutalist? Some voters admit that they didn't get to it or they didn't finish it. citing its demanding runtime. It could explain why supporting actress hopeful Felicity Jones hasn't gained more traction. Yeah, this is such a fucking classic, man. For the fucking record, I did not finish The Brutalist because I had to come home and go live. Because otherwise I was going to miss the Golden Globes and miss streaming. So that is why I left at intermission. I would have watched the whole goddamn thing. I'm going to go back and watch the whole goddamn thing. I'm not even going to pick up from where I left off. But also, I am not an Oscar voter. This is embarrassing. If you are an Oscar voter and you cannot sit through a 3-hour film, you should not be an Oscar voter. If you're an Oscar voter who's like, yeah, I love Emilia Perez and I can't sit through The Brutalist, go away. Get out of here. Get out of here. I can't believe that they're admitting to like not finishing it. Being like, it's too long. Oh my God. That is so embarrassing. The anonymous Oscar voter interviews are always so embarrassing because one, you realize how the average Oscar voter watches like less films than the average film fan. So they don't watch that many movies, okay? They'll watch whatever is, you know, in the zeitgeist, whatever's super popular. So, you know, Wicked and Emilia Perez, I'm sure all these voters have seen. And also they will like reveal how short-sighted they are. They will reveal how many biases they still have. The anonymous Oscar voter interviews are truly truly often shameful. Aren't a lot of the anonymous Oscar voters usually nobodies who somehow have a vote like random financiers? Well, they're anonymous, so we don't know. But it's let me tell you that there are people who work in the industry who do not watch as many movies as they should be. People who work in the industry and are like voting in award shows. That's why usually the Critics' Choice Awards is one to trust that the voters have at least seen a variety of films because it is their job to. These are film critics. It is their job to watch movies and review movies. So at least there's usually trust with the Film Critics Association that they have seen the fucking movies.
Without having Mulholland Drive, in mind is almost impossible.
Oh, I can't believe it.
When I first went to Cannes for the very, very first time, I was 20. I was working as a PA. And it's the first movie I saw in the Palace in Cannes, and it totally shocked me. It took me to the ground. I entered a world where everything is not explained, but there is so much to project of your own thoughts, of your own inside world. It's the place that is not reality. It's the Los Angeles that is our unconscious mind. So I remember this film was such a shock on me about how you can create powerful emotions just with how you deal with the environment. The set decoration, the music, the way you're gonna film things in a weird way. It's something you can't totally explain, but those movies stay with you because they bring the own creativity of the director onto the environment. And then it's not Los Angeles, but it's a David Lynch Los Angeles that's gonna live with you.
Yeah. It's amazing to me that Mulholland Drive was in this century. I don't know why. It just feels like a 90s film, but okay. I think I want to watch the Thomas Flight video. And yeah, and then I think that'll be good. Okay. Like I said, there's just
explaining.
There's so much. Thomas Flight is a huge David Lynch fan. For anybody who knows Thomas Flight's videos on YouTube, he's a huge Lynch fan, and he has cited Lynch as the guy who changed the way that he thinks about art. Can we watch Twin Peaks: The Return episode 8 intro? You just want the intro. Wow, okay, somebody just linked Inland Empire to me. They're like, "Hey, can we watch the 3-hour Inland Empire that has multiple moments of TOS that I would simply would have to be like an Olympian to be able to avoid." Yeah, just the very fact that it's 3 hours long. It's like, here, let's just watch this right now. Twin Peaks literally saved my life and is probably the most important work of art ever to me. I love that for you, and I am sorry that David Lynch is now gone, but Twin Peaks forever. Twin Peaks forever, ever. Forever, ever. Forever, ever. Okay, so anyway, why are David Lynch's movies so strange?
This is David Lynch's first feature film, Eraserhead. It follows Henry as he navigates a bizarre, atmospheric, and industrial landscape. In his book, Catching the Big Fish, director David Lynch calls it his most spiritual movie. He explains how, as the film was growing, he didn't know exactly what it meant. He didn't understand how all the individual sequences came together as a whole. So he started reading his Bible. And one day, I read a sentence, and that was it. I saw the thing as a whole. Somewhere in the Bible is a sentence that for David Lynch fulfills the vision of Eraserhead. And he said he'll probably never reveal what that is.
Also, I think the link that somebody sent me for Inland Empire is not like it's not because it's free on YouTube, but I think it's somebody who just like uploaded it on YouTube. Can you possibly show the first episode of Twin Peaks? It's basically a movie. It's some of his best directing. You guys, I can't just play whatever, you know? I can't just go to like HBO or Max.com and be like, all right, I'm going to show you Twin Peaks.
Oh. What I'm working on today...
Can you play The Brutalist for us for movie night?
I'm working on this thing.
Okay, we're going to do back-to-back The Brutalist and Inland Empire. 6 hours, 6.5 hours of cinema, baby.
That it will hold a telephone, the phone camera.
On David Lynch's YouTube channel,
Yeah,
he has
maybe
an
The
ongoing
Irishman.
series called What is David
Top it
Working on
off.
Today? In this episode, he describes his design for a wooden phone stand.
The iPhone has these buttons protruding. Got to make a slot. So when you slide the phone in, it doesn't...
Do a subathon where you stream every movie ever made. Yeah, if I'm actually a real movie fan, then I will watch every movie that's ever been made. And the subathon doesn't stop until we have watched every single movie. If you guys had to guess how many... What do we think is like a rough estimate? Because, okay, here's the thing. This is what I was talking about with David. Filmmaking is still a fairly new art form, right? This is what this is what Nolan was talking about when he won Best Director at the Oscars last year, where he's like, this is, you know, compared to other art forms, cinema is still pretty young. It's less than 100 years old, and look at how much it has changed in the century that it's been around. And like, I'm so excited to be part of to be part of the change makers here and driving cinema in all sorts of directions. But I don't know, like, what would we count as movies, right? Hallmark movies, Lifetime movies, short films. I don't know. I think feature films. Maybe we narrow it down. Feature films. We also have foreign films too. All of the Hallmark movies are one movie. Yeah. Hallmark counts as one film. I don't know. AI says 500,000 to 800,000 feature-length films. That seems, first of all, how do you even calculate that? Do Letterboxd top 250 as a subathon? Oh my god. How do you even calculate that? And I feel like I feel like it would maybe be more. Like, my guesstimate, maybe I'm crazy, but goddamn, Hallmark does produce so many movies. So many movies. But I feel like it'd be, well, I guess 800,000 would be close to 1 million. I was going to say it's close. I would guess like 1 million. You know? Okay, so let's say there's 1 million movies. To watch all of the movies in the world, there's 1 million movies. How long would that take me? Okay, so let's say 2 hours. All right, we'll just say 2 hours. So 2 million hours of movies. How long would that subathon be? You know, you factor in four monitors. Yeah, we have multiple movies playing at once. 228 years left. So I couldn't even do it. Unless I get that special immortality juice from Brian Johnson. If I'm like, hey buddy, can I get some of that? I gotta last I gotta last a couple 100 years because I gotta watch these movies. More movies come out in one day than came out an entire year in the 80s. Caroline. More music comes out in one day than came out an entire year in the 80s. Oh yeah, I believe that. I mean, as we've advanced technologically, we've only been able to produce more and faster. You definitely need to make Sam watch a David Lynch movie for the Patreon. So I had actually, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, that I was like really wanting her to watch Mulholland Drive. I think maybe I even suggested it, where we were trying to figure out what movie to watch, and I was like, oh, have you seen Mulholland Drive? Because I don't think she's been introduced to Lynch, and so I was like, oh my god, I'm looking for an excuse to give Mulholland Drive another watch. She is celebrating her birthday this weekend, so I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I will absolutely make sure that Sam gets to watch her first David Lynch film for the Patreon.
Activate those buttons.
I think this video gives us...
From her indie horror games, I think she'd love Lynch. You know, I'm really curious. I think it'd be one or the other, I really do. I think she would either be so intrigued and absolutely love it, or she would be like, it was too bizarre for me. I didn't fuck with it. I don't know. I do feel like Mulholland Drive, though, has pretty universal appeal, even though, yeah, it's got the, it's got the surrealism. It's got the, it's got the famous dumpster alley scene where you're like, this is just a different movie. What is going on? Am I on drugs? But yeah, I think she would love Mulholland Drive. I don't think she would love... I gotta be honest, I don't think Sam could watch a film like Eraserhead, because I think her ADHD is just too... she would be like playing Balatro while watching Eraserhead, and that would negate the experience. Like the point of Eraserhead is not to put it on a second screen, but it's one that requires patience to watch. You don't just put it on as like background noise. Anyway, I do think she would love Mulholland. I think that she would be intrigued by Blue Velvet. I think she would like Twin Peaks. I think, yeah, I would pick one of those three.
Some important clues to understanding the bizarro world of the films of David Lynch.
With the log
but
lady.
We'll come back to it.
Entering the town of Twin Peaks.
First, we need some more context.
12 miles west of the state line.
I'll be right back.
Never seen so many trees in my life.
It doesn't matter if you've just had a brief encounter with some of Lynch's work or done a deep dive into everything this weirdo Renaissance man has ever done, you're probably asking yourself the question, what is up with David Lynch? What does it mean? Why is it like this? Lynch has created genre-breaking, influential television, first with the original run of Twin Peaks in the 90s, which broke open the murder investigation genre of television with its bizarre mood and mixture of esoterica and camp.
My log saw something that night.
Really? What did it see?
Ask it.
And then again with The Return, a third season of Twin Peaks made 25 years later, which is one of the true pieces of genuine avant-garde television to ever air. He has a unique body of work across many mediums: visual art, mixed media painting, photography, music, interior design, as well as books.
Also, if you have not wished Sam a happy birthday somewhere online, if that is a place where you reside, it is Sam's 30th birthday. She's in Florida, of all places. But officially, our podcast is 30 plus. Thank God. I could not handle her being in her 20s still. I've pretended like she's been in her 30s for a long time. Who is Sam? Sam, first name Sam, last name Witch. She is my podcast host of Let Me Know Podcast. And formerly was 29, but is now 30. Finally. Now the real fun begins.
And a comic strip. His work as a filmmaker is diverse and varied. You'll find a critically panned, self-hailed personal failure, the film adaptation
Just
of
wait, it gets
Dune.
real good when you turn 30.
I have enlightened your nephews concerning my plan. My plan!
Why would she come here? I think she's at Disney.
An incredible mess that still radiates a unique quality that I've never seen anywhere else, and somehow achieved a cult status that made back its budget eventually, despite being a box office failure. You'll find a black and white, atmospheric, nightmarish first feature film.
Yes.
His more critically acclaimed dream noirs like Mulholland Drive or Blue Velvet. his fever dream experiment with self-referential digital video filmmaking, Inland Empire,
I can't say this, not out loud.
his road movie starring Nicolas Cage that won him a Palme d'Or at Cannes, or his other road movie made for Disney, Lynch's most linear, normal-seeming film, but what he calls his most experimental.
Also, there is, of course, a long-standing theory that Lynch himself doesn't know what's going on in his films. That it's like, oh, well, Lynch just says figure it out for yourself, or, you know, what does this mean to you? Because he doesn't know. But he has said that is not true. He's like, he said, I need to know for myself what things mean and what's going on. Sometimes I get ideas and I don't know exactly what they mean. So I think about it. I try to figure it out. So I have an answer for myself. But so like him maintaining that his, you know, the audience needs to do their own figuring out doesn't mean that he doesn't have his interpretation of his work.
From the same mind that brought us this,
It's a good witch.
Sailor Ripley, Luna loves you.
and this,
But it's also why if you Google Twin Peaks analysis, if you Google Blue Velvet analysis, there will be so many YouTube videos, so many think pieces. There is a ton of interpretation and attempted analyses of Lynch's work. Probably, you know, I mean, he's probably like top 5. Maybe like, I would say like him and Kubrick both are very known for their work being poured over. But Kubrick's is that everything he did, he did in his like Kubrickian way. That there is nothing that Stanley Kubrick did not did not have intention with, and not that I'm saying David Lynch didn't, but both of those filmmakers are known for their films producing a ton of interpretation. I mean, there's an entire documentary, Room 237, that is exactly that about The Shining. But Stanley Kubrick was a perfectionist. That is a difference there. Is that Stanley Kubrick was a perfectionist, which is why he was notorious for, shooting something that is so seemingly mundane, like whatever. Okay, somebody walking through a door, is that really that big of a deal? You have to shoot this 83 times. But he was he was an extreme perfectionist, and so he treated his he treated every moment in his films as like, I have to get this right, even if it takes me 200 times. You know, he didn't paint in these broad strokes. He was very, very, very precise.
we get this.
A policeman's dream.
Yep. Attempting to understand and interpret any one of Lynch's individual works is a feat in and of itself, but the task becomes almost insurmountable when his work as a whole is taken into consideration.
We're cooking quinoa.
Included on the Blu-ray for Inland Empire, there's a short film titled David Lynch on Cooking Quinoa.
Quinoa is something that I like to have for dinner.
In this short film, David Lynch walks us through his process of cooking quinoa.
And this pan is unbelievable. It's super heavy and lined with copper. It's such a good pan.
Once the quinoa is on to cook, he takes a break and sits outside to smoke a cigarette.
Thinking of all those little quinoas bubbling away.
And while we wait, Lynch tells us a story.
Back in time, 1965.
This story, framed as if it was just something that happened to him while he was traveling once, has a bizarre quality to it.
I mean, a moonless night. Barren landscape where we were in Yugoslavia at that point. And suddenly the train slows and stops.
Lynch, in telling the story, describes things in an atmospheric and moody detail.
And he kept filling my hands, and the second I looked up at him, he stopped. And I had trouble getting these coins into my pockets.
And the events of the story take on an almost magical quality, and then it ends.
Absolutely loved, the Coca-Cola. What time is it? 7:50. Okay.
And the
The
quinoa
Return
is
season
ready.
3 is my favorite scene on TV. It's with Norma and Big Ed.
That is so good.
David Lynch's style of storytelling has such a specific quality that the term Lynchian has become commonplace, used to describe both Lynch's own work.
You know what I would say too is, like, even if Lynch isn't your favorite filmmaker, you might have a scene from a Lynch, a Lynch work that is your favorite of all time, or like is one of your faves. Like, isn't that funny how that can be the case, where it might not be that, like, this is your favorite film or this is your favorite filmmaker, but there's one scene, there's a moment that is just stuck with you, that you're like, this, I think, is one of the greatest moments in cinema. This is something that has just been burned into my
other stories told
memory.
in a similar fashion.
Moths were flipping and
Have you seen the Flying Lotus
like
music
frogs.
video, Fire is Coming?
Frog
I have not.
moths were pulling themselves out of the earth and flying up in front of the stand.
But what is Lynchian?
Baby, my parole was broke 200 miles
Baby.
back when we burned Portuguese County.
Are you asking me this question?
I have a very good reason.
Also, Lynch, master at building tension. Master, where you just feel this bubbling tension. And he takes his time, right? Nothing is ever rushed. And I was rewatching Lost Highway and today, and just that just from the moment that the film begins, even when it is showing you the suburbia that is a common thing in David Lynch films, and yet there's like this darkness under the surface, and nothing bad has happened yet, but people are acting weird, right? Like, it feels uncanny, and it is just this, you don't know what you're looking at. And also, another thing in David Lynch films is the concept of voyeurism, where a lot of times it feels like somebody is watching these characters, or that that they are watching people. And Thomas Flight actually just dropped a new David Lynch video. Yeah, I did say this was gonna be the last one, because I know I'm at like 2+ hours of David Lynch tribute. People are probably like, I get it.
What is that indelible quality that ties together a network police procedural, an avant-garde short film,
I am going to find out one day.
A Disney movie about a man traveling across the country on a lawnmower, and a strange story told while some quinoa cooks.
It's like a mysterious, strange
People only die
wind
once,
sound.
I close my eyes.
There is something within all of these, you could call it a tone, a mood, a style, that connects them despite their seeming contradictions.
It's very much like music. The voice is a musical instrument, and what they say is also very important, but how they say it. It's what you say and how you say it.
There's a vast network, right? An ocean of possibilities.
And it's a feel, and everybody has their own feel, so I use, my feel.
We'll return to this Lynchian quality and its importance in a moment, but let's first take a step deeper into trying to understand the work itself. In Lynch's films and stories, there are often elements that don't really make sense. Abstractions, surrealism, and symbolism, the meaning of which is almost never immediately clear and which on further examination rarely suggests on their own concrete, singular interpretations. Most people, when they encounter this kind of story, do one of two things: discard it as frustrating rubbish, or compelled in some way by the work, go looking for answers to make sense of it. When confronted with material as abstract and bizarre as Lynch's, it's an understandable first impulse to go to the man himself for answers.
You've described it as a film about a woman in trouble.
A woman in trouble, yeah. I always say this, a film is sort of like a book, and books get written, and the author maybe passes away, so you can't go talk to them and say, What did you mean,
That approach, by and large in this situation, ends up being a dead end. Lynch is notoriously cagey about explaining, defining, or elaborating on the meaning of his work.
And people have a right to analyze the thing and say what it is for them and to criticize it one way or another. It's beautiful. But I really believe the film should stand on its own, and there should be nothing added, nothing subtracted. That's sort of the way it is.
Yeah. But that's okay. Looking to the author's own intent as the definitive interpretation of a work is a dubious practice to begin with. But I think for Lynch, there's more than just a resistance against explaining things from his films. Often Lynch appears to be telling the honest truth about where an idea came from.
It's strange because the idea is not there. And then suddenly, the idea comes into your conscious mind. And it comes in like an electrical spark, and it's known in an instant.
That, essentially, he doesn't know. This is a book by David Lynch about his creative process and meditation. Lynch's creative process seems to be, from his own description, basically plumbing the depths of his subconscious through meditation and daydreaming to catch ideas, and then attempting to translate those ideas as honestly as possible to whatever medium he's working in. I think the dreamlike quality to much of his work comes not from a deliberate attempt to craft dreamlike images and stories, but from his own creative process. Faced with this seemingly impenetrable dreamlike body.
You know what it also kind of feels like? You know how, intrusive thoughts, like I had an intrusive thought the other night when I was driving where there was a cop in front of me, and my intrusive thought was like, ram into this cop car. I didn't do it, obviously, but intrusive thoughts are, you're standing at the top of stairs and you're like, what if I push this person that I don't know, like this just stranger? And I'm like, what if I just shove them down the stairs? Like, intrusive thoughts are exactly as they sound. They are thoughts that intrude. You're not going to actually act upon them, but it's just very specific types of thoughts that everybody has, but because they're, they can be very perverse, they can be very violent, they can be like awkward, and so you don't want to like, you don't want to admit to intrusive thoughts because you feel like that is, if you admit to them, then you're like, well, that's what I was actually thinking about doing. But you're not actually thinking about doing it, and you're not going to be acting upon it. Like when you want to squish a puppy because they're too cute. Like cuteness aggression. Yeah, you're like, what if I just fucking squeeze this thing to death? But they say with intrusive thoughts is like, rather than trying to shut them out, right? That you just have to like let them pass through. If you try and turn out to drive away the intrusive thoughts, then, you know, because they make you uncomfortable, or they like they're you know, often perverse, that you're like, oh, I'm a sick person, I'm evil, blah blah blah, and you just let them pass through. That's the call of the void, right? Yeah. Like with me with the cops I just dealt with, where my first thought definitely wasn't throwing a Molotov cocktail through the window and blocking the door. Yes, I would just exercise caution, everybody, with describing what your intrusive thoughts are. I probably shouldn't have said mine either. But yes, to be clear, what we are talking about are intrusive thoughts. These are not actually things that we want to act upon or that we will act upon. That is not going to be happening. But I think one thing I'm thinking about with revisiting David Lynch's works is how, you know, for him, like we've talked so much about how he like dives down deep into his subconscious. He meditates. He goes below the surface into the dark depths, and like a lot of his work, you know, it's like psychosexual. It's dark. It's violent. It's terrifying. It's sick, right? It's presenting a veneer of you know, perfect suburbia with just like the most fucked up shit underneath. And I wonder, like, if those are like his intrusive thoughts manifesting in his work at all, where as he's probing through his mind, as he's, you know, coming up with these ideas and remaining open, because that was his whole thing. Like, he meditates so that he is never closed off. Like, there is no judgment, there is no limiting of oneself, and it's something where he just wants it all to wash over himself, and then he sorts through what it is that he wants to bring to life.
Body of work, and an author who provides more questions than answers about that work. Curious viewers and critics alike often step into the role of a kind of armchair psychoanalyst, attempting to understand Lynch's work by trying to understand Lynch himself. Digital modernism and the unfinished performance in David Lynch's Inland Empire, rough beasts slouch towards Bethlehem to be born, Eraserhead in the grotesque infant whose hour has come round at last, Desire under the Douglas firs entering the body of reality, Twin Peaks, Blue Velvet, postmodern parody, and the subversion of conservative frameworks. This is just a sampling of the kind of scholarly film papers that Lynch's work tends to provoke. There's an approach to film interpretation called symptomatic interpretation. To put it simply, symptomatic interpretation attempts to look at what a film is saying about its creators, its subject matter, or the societal context in which it was made without the conscious intent of the filmmakers. Symptomatic interpretation in film and literature comes in part out of a tradition of Freudian dream analysis and psychoanalysis in general. And so it's not hard to see why Lynch's films, with their dreamlike quality and director who's mute about his intentions, provokes a kind of armchair psychoanalysis and an attempt to understand the work of Lynch by attempting to understand his subconscious. Perhaps this explains the fascination and obsession critics seem to have with Lynch's childhood and upbringing. Perhaps more than any other director I've encountered, to put it crassly, it seems like people want to know what kind of childhood trauma Lynch must have endured to produce such a bizarre and often disturbing body of work.
I think that's interesting too, that the only way, you know, someone can produce the themes and images in you know, in these works of David Lynch's is to have had immense trauma, to be someone who's like deeply fucked up. And I think the truth is like everybody's fucked up, right? Just being born sets you on a path of trauma, of like shit fucking you up. And so I think it's not something that actually makes you unique. But also, I don't think that, I don't think that David Lynch it has to in particular be someone that is extra traumatized or extra fucked up to have produced the art that he did. I think he was just, I think he was somebody who was unafraid and honest in visualizing any and all ideas that he had. And I think you don't have to have experienced trauma, but you do need to be empathetic. And I think that there is, I think that there are many moments of empathy in Lynch's work, especially for somebody like Laura Palmer. You could have a perfect life and have weird intrusive thoughts or a fucked up imagination. Yeah, and I think the thing about Lynch, too, is that he is, we never really know somebody. We sometimes don't even really know ourselves. But Lynch was very affable, We've seen many clips of him. We've heard people talk about him. He was not this, creature, just withering away in the darkness. He was, he was charming and goofy.
There are certainly some thematic connections to be made between Lynch's life and his work. Eraserhead's industrial landscape is so evocative of the area of Philadelphia he lived in that it's been nicknamed Eraserhood by some residents, and Lynch himself refers to the film as the real Philadelphia story. But other attempts at connection, like the attempt to tie the idyllic, oversaturated opening of Blue Velvet to his childhood, come up empty.
Blue Velvet was inspired, I believe, by your childhood well, you were born in Montana, but you spent some of your childhood in Smoke.
No, it wasn't inspired by that at all.
Okay.
And of course, looking to Lynch's own account of his childhood as an explanation for his films gets messy because these stories have their own Lynchian spin to them.
And in the 50s, where I was, there was an optimism in the air, a feeling of a bright and shiny future. And there were cars that were very, very beautiful with lots of chrome.
There are certainly some shadowy elements of Lynch's life, but they're the kinds of things that happen to plenty of people who don't go on to make bizarre, dark art house films.
Yes.
Instead, I think what's more telling are the stories he tells of finding oozing black spots on trees, crawling with ants.
And that's why I say huge worlds are in, those 2 blocks. Huge. Everything's there. Everything.
I think looking for some large-scale trauma in Lynch's past to explain his brand of unsettling horror in the present misunderstands the vision of evil he portrays in his films. Evil, horror, and darkness in Lynch's work is always lurking, always underneath the surface. It's often less about an invasive monster or traumatic event and more about evil's presence in the seemingly beautiful, idyllic environments if you know where to look. Author David Foster Wallace describes Lynchian as a particular kind of irony where the very macabre and the very mundane combine in such a way as to reveal the former's perpetual containment within the latter. It's Lynch's own perspective on the world around him, not the specific environments he was in or the events that happened to him, that shapes the stories he tells and the way he tells them.
And we see our world and we feel it, and we feel there's things going on, and then sometimes these ideas come and they string themselves together and out comes something like Blue Velvet.
One of my favorites of his YouTube videos is one where he shows some footage of a worm in his garden. What is to most people a bug crawling around in the dirt, through Lynch's eyes becomes a bizarre, dramatic, atmospheric epic.
And it came to this sheer rock cliff, and then it would fall down again and start crawling back up,
It was desperately trying to get home.
And so looking to events or environments in Lynch's life for explanations of his work, even when you do find connections, doesn't really actually help explain things. It might tell you why Eraserhead is set in an industrial landscape.
Philadelphia.
We showed Cutie the Mulholland Drive jump scare for when she did a Heartbeat Scary Clip stream. She didn't even flinch. She jumped when she saw herself singing Santa Baby, though. You know what? Actually, I relate to that so hard. When I was shown a clip of me singing, but the music was muted, it was horror. That was terror that I felt. You could not have shown me something that would have made me more horrified. Wait, there was a funny quote from the actress who played the monster, where she was talking about how David wanted her to have like a particular look, and then she said she noticed how hot he was, and she was like staring at him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, no, that's it." Like, perfect.
Is maybe my biggest influence.
Or why coffee and cherry pie and diners are such a central theme of Twin Peaks.
Cherry pie?
Best in the Tri-Counties.
But it won't actually tell you what those things mean in the context of the stories, or why Lynch chooses to portray them in the specific way that he does.
What I saw, I've carried with me.
What hit you?
The wide range of human behavior.
So what do they mean?
And it holds the phone in there just beautifully.
We're back at the YouTube video I opened with. If you're like me, when you saw this, you wondered, why is David Lynch building himself a wooden iPhone holder? Can't he just buy one?
You can get one at the store that works. It's like perfect.
And then you find out a few moments later that he already has one. Why is Lynch building things he already has? Isn't crafting and designing another version of something that you already have fairly pointless, meaningless even? I think the answer is important to understanding his work as a whole and how to get the most out of his films as a viewer.
But it's so much fun to build our own things and solve the problems and figure out a way to do it on our own.
Anybody got a sub for System of a Downer?
The meaning itself is not in the utility of the outcome, but in the specific way you do something.
If you turn the camera a little bit to the left, it would be wrong. You'd see something that broke that. Broke the mood and made it incorrect. But you turn it right there, it's saying it's exactly feels right.
When Mark Frost and David Lynch set out to make Twin Peaks a TV show about a murder mystery, they never actually...
The rest of chat is gatekeeping. Video. Lucas Mucus, thank
actually
you.
Intended to solve the mystery. They only eventually
like,
did
no,
so.
I don't want you to watch the remaining 5 minutes of this Thomas Flight film.
Under pressure from the network, but from the start, the goal was always mystery for its own sake.
There's a line in Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, we live inside a dream.
We live inside a dream.
Yeah, that's a very Lynchian...
No, but it's sort of the truth.
It's not about what the stand does once it's finished, but about the feeling and quality it possesses as a result of the process of crafting it. Those feelings and qualities that Lynch is looking for and bringing to light along the way are what define Lynchian. To fully appreciate a piece of Lynch's work, I think you need to largely let go of the idea that it's building towards some specific meaning. Like the iPhone stand, it's not about where you are at the end, but about the process of getting there. It's about immersing yourself.
Life is about the journey, right? Life is about the journey. I think that's everything. It's like when you're working towards a goal, it's about the work. It's about that journey of reaching the goal. And a lot of times you hit the goal and then you're like, oh, now what? Right? It's all about the process. It's the moments in between. It's the joy is in the doing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know it can also suck a lot, but I think that is yeah, I think that's it's a good philosophy. It's a good thing to remember, because I think we're always trying to just get to the, I just got to get to this point. I got to, but then you're missing you're missing everything though. You know, you want to get to the destination, but you don't want the journey. Whoa.
In a mood, a setting, a feeling, and letting that wash over you. If that sounds ridiculous or pretentious to you, consider that you've already
No one has ever said that before. I mean, call me fucking Kwan the way I'm over here philosophizing.
Experienced engaging with art in this way in other mediums. Songs with very abstract lyrics or no lyrics at all, paintings with no discernible plot, setting, or even objects, architecture that can evoke a very strong feeling but that doesn't have a clearly interpretable symbolism. We engage with all kinds of art without requiring a clear single interpretation and meaning. But for some reason, that's the way most people like to engage with film.
I really would like to be able to explain, but the film ends up being the explanation.
The process of attempting to interpret or understand a film usually involves uncovering hidden meaning and expressing that. And to do that, it requires an interpretation of that meaning into words. But Lynch is trying to convey feelings and ideas that aren't easily expressed via words. That's why cinema for him is the perfect medium for those ideas. The feeling is the meaning. To understand his films, you have to feel them. Of course, attempting to interpret or find a meaning in his films is completely valid. But I'll let Lynch himself explain to you why you don't need my help understanding his work. Cinema is a lot like...
What? To understand Lynch films, you have to feel? You have to have an emotional connection?
Like music. It can be very abstract. But people have a yearning to make intellectual sense of it, to put it right into words. And when they can't do that, it feels frustrating. But they can come up with an explanation from within if they just allow it. If they start talking to their friends, soon they would see things, what something is and what something isn't, and they might agree with their friends or argue with their friends. But how could they agree or argue if they don't already know? The interesting thing is, they really do know more than they think, and by voicing what they know, it becomes clearer. And when they see something, they could try to clarify that a little more and again go back and forth with a friend. And they would come to some conclusion, and that would be valid. Lynchian is a term we generally think about in relationship to narrative work, but I've definitely seen documentaries that qualify as Lynchian. One of those documentaries is the documentary Leviathan, which visually documents a fishing boat, but it does so with such a specific mood and atmosphere that the documentary takes on a really interesting quality. It's really more about the way the thing is presented than what exactly is being presented. And you can watch it right now on Mubi in the US. Mubi is my sponsor for this video.
Shout out
Mubi is a hand-curated streaming service with an excellent...
Honestly, shout out Mubi. Like, not even being facetious here. Mubi.
ever-growing selection of great international independent art house films and classics. You're gonna find a lot of great new stuff on Mubi, and it's available all around the world. I've been talking about Mubi for a long time, and I'm always excited to continue talking about it because I use it to discover great stuff all the time. Right now, the Cannes Film Festival is happening, and Mubi is doing a special series showcasing work from past Cannes festivals. Every day, a new film is added that's hand-chosen by a human because they think it's worth checking out. So go check out Mubi, start watching some new films, discover something new. Go to mubi.com/ThomasFlight to start your 30-day free trial. You can watch Leviathan or check out something else. Just go to mubi.com/ThomasFlight. The link in the description will get you there. Support my channel and give you access to a 30-day extended free trial of Mubi. Thanks again to Mubi for sponsoring this video.
Thank you so much, Mubi. Also, Mubi, if you would like to sponsor me, Mubi, I'm open for sponsors. The door is open, Mubi. Mubi, I'm a big fan. Mubi. Mubi is the reason that we got the substance. Okay, so Mubi. Mubi doesn't curate every day anymore. Sad. Not Mubi. Sad Mubi. Would you make film video essays? No, I don't think I would. Like, would I quit what I'm doing? Like, is in my heart of hearts, I want to go off and make movie essays? No, I don't I don't actually think I'm like I don't think that's like my thing. I really appreciate film movie essays. Like I really love peeps like Thomas Flight. But no, I don't think I'm a film movie essayist specifically. You're great at breaking stuff down, though. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like for me, I'm better at like just broader pop culture commentary, you know? Like if I were to quit streaming and really focus on my YouTube, it would be it would be like pop culture reacts and commentary. You could probably edit your film streams into short movie essays. Well, I think the thing with me too is like if I'm being honest, a lot of what I learn is from like reading people who are smarter than me, who, you know, have written books on the topic. I've never considered myself to be when it comes to certain topics, I've never considered myself to be a person who's like an originalist, you know, who's really just coming up with groundbreaking analysis that other people haven't done, you know, before me and much better than I. Not an academic. Yeah, like I don't consider myself a scholar at all. I am not a scholar. I'm not a scholar, but I really appreciate film scholarship. You know, I appreciate people who are academic in their in their writings and you know, how they talk about film and whatnot. I just have learned from, yeah, like I said, I've learned from academics. I've learned from people who have dedicated their lives to, you know, one subject. As someone who proofreads, trust me when I say you don't have to be an expert to write a book on a subject. Yeah, I don't think you do. Yeah, I don't know. I just I am I really love film, and I really love getting to have it be a part of my content on stream. And a lot of times I feel like I show you guys videos. I show you guys you know, film scholarship from people who can talk about something in a much more profound way than I ever could. Yeah, I think of myself kind of more as a curator, I guess. I don't know. Very good at finding, curating, and analyzing content. Yeah, I really enjoy doing that. I really enjoy finding people who are super thoughtful and bright and like sharing their work, you know? Like if I read an article and I'm like, man, I don't think I could ever explain this thing better than this person ever did. Like I love to show that on stream. You know, I like to share that. I like to share those words, or share a video by somebody who I'm like, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. So like one thing I do is when there's a subject that I'm like, I want to get into this, then I will start curating stuff. I'll be like, okay, let me find the people who are an expert on this, or who, you know, just have dedicated works to this topic, and I'll put that all together and then show that on stream. It's just not your preferred style of content creation. Yeah, I have always thought though about what, like, if I didn't stream, if I were to focus on something like YouTube, what I would do. And I think commentary videos for sure, but I think it would just be, kind of broad pop culture reactions, commentary. I don't know. There's also there's so much more that I have to learn. This is my problem, is I'm always like, I don't know enough. I gotta learn more. Like, I'm always reading. I'm always trying to learn more. And sometimes I cram too much into my brain. 'Cause I just feel like I can never know enough. Thank you for helping us understand pop culture. I do it in the way that I do it. And I also recognize that, like, it's not something that's done it's not done on a platform like this by, a lot of people. So I think there's pros and cons to Twitch being what it is, which is, okay, I kind of am doing things that other people don't do, so I don't really have to worry about, like, am I doing this the best, or, how do I make myself stand out? But then on the other hand, people who watch Twitch aren't necessarily, because they're not accustomed to this type of content, they might not be that interested. I don't know. I've been having the same thought of not knowing enough, but also the fact that leaps have been taken to go deeper, as Lynch said, to get the big fish. Yeah. I'm a person who's always been, I've always been a very curious person. I love to learn. I always loved school. And I simultaneously feel that I don't know enough. And I hate that there are subjects that I know nothing about, or there's subjects that I have learned little bits and pieces, but I need to know more, or the things that I should be an expert on. I'm like, I don't even think that I am. I wish so bad I could speak a second language, or I hate the fact that I did speak a second language, but because I live where I live, I never used it, and so I just totally forgot. But yeah, no human can know everything. That is true. That is true. There is, I think there's different people. There's different types of people. There's the person who will laugh at you for not knowing something, who will try to reduce you, and who will measure your intelligence by like, have you ever made a mistake? And everybody makes mistakes, right? Nobody knows everything. Even the most brilliant people in the world, And there's those people, but then there's people who are not afraid to not know something, but if they don't know something, then they will seek to learn, Most guys with a podcast know everything. I did forget. Yeah. If you're a guy with a podcast, you do know everything. Yeah, like, I think that it's actually shedding your ego, and it is being unafraid to admit what you don't know about, but acknowledge that you want to learn more. you know? And I think if you're a person who feels insecure about your intelligence, if you're insecure, if you're scared that someone's going to say that you're stupid because you didn't know something, and so you don't ever want to express yourself, you don't ever want to give your opinions. Well, first of all, you should know that you should know that people will say that because it's an easy thing to hit you with, and everybody is going to be wrong, has been wrong about something at some point, you know, wrong all the time. It's just a matter of like, if you're a person who will, yeah, you have to be willing to look stupid if you want to learn. Totally. Yeah. And I think that has really been a challenge for me on a platform like this, with wanting to talk about all sorts of different things. You know, learning how to work, learning how to interact with Twitch chat and be looking at a bunch of different things at once. And it's hard for my brain. Like I have the opposite of a brain that like needs a lot of stimulation, that like needs to be looking at all these things at once. It's hard for me to read chat, to have multiple screens. Like just having the two screens is really tough. And I also know that as a girl, as a lady, when I open my mouth to speak my opinions, people want to call me stupid. They want me to not talk. And so they want me to be silent. And so they'll hit you with that. And there's nothing that I can do about that. But what I can do is just keep going. And I'll always be someone who's not afraid to say, I don't know everything, but I am a very curious person. And I'm always trying to learn. And I also know that I'm not a stupid person. Even when there are things that I feel stupid about, right? You know, like I think we all have things that I'm like, oh God, I really don't know anything about that. I mean, how many tech moments have I had where I'm like, Jesus Christ, I am worse than a 90-year-old grandma. Like, my God. I mean, I am insecure about my absolute lack of technological knowledge. I mean, it is like, it's embarrassing how little I know, how I am a professional internet content creator, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, I don't even know what this is. Like, I don't, but I still persevere. I try to learn. I do. And I know that there are things that just do not come naturally to me. I know. And it's not something where I'm like, oh my God, you guys make me feel bad. I'm just using that as an example of like, I am, I know what my weaknesses are. I know things that it's like, okay, I don't know about this, but I can figure it out. And then there are things that I'm like, I don't know about this, and I don't think I can figure it out. Like, that is frustrating. I can try to get better, but it does not come naturally. Having dumbass chatters come in every now and again really does wonders for my personal view of my own intelligence. I think when you're just somebody who thinks that you are, I think when you think that you know a lot more than you do, that is a marker of a person who's not intelligent, you know? Because I think like the smartest people I've ever met will never ever give off that vibe that they know everything. They will never have that ego that trumps everything else. The smartest people that I know are always engaging in conversation. They are not they're not condescending. They are really like curious individuals and are constantly learning. Yeah. I mean, I know I keep using the word curious all the time, but that is a marker to me of a brilliant person. I mean, I look at Will's dad. Will's dad is 95 and he is so mentally sharp still. And you know, there's just so many things that I have learned from his dad, and that his dad can converse about. You know, he's learned so much about Twitch and about content creation because he's curious. The more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And that is why the smartest people will be like, I mean, really, in the scheme of things, I know nothing. Yeah. Socrates, who said, I know that I know nothing. Because you get to a point and you realize, right? Like once you put aside the ego and realize that, no, in fact, you know nothing, and that's a beautiful thing. And you seek knowledge and you seek information. Archimedes, or one of those philosophers. I only know one thing, and that is that I know nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing. Dunning-Kruger also means knowledgeable people assume everyone knows as much as they do. You know, I think one thing I miss from being a teacher is how excited little kids were to learn, because everything was so new, right? It was so fresh. They were so eager to like show what they had learned, you know, and eager to learn. There's an old adage about college students that goes, undergraduates think they know everything, master students know that they know nothing, and PhD students know one thing. Yeah, I've heard that before. You were a teacher. Yes, I was a substitute teacher at an elementary school for a couple years, but yeah, it's kids are really funny because when they learn something, they love to show off that thing that they have learned. But they also just they can be such they can be so open to, I mean, this is why also it's important to have good teachers, because if you have not good teachers and you have, you know, little minds that you are shaping, then you could shape them in the wrong way. Because that is like, you could see how you could just mold their little brains, you know, that they're so new to the world and they have such a trust in the adults in their lives, because they haven't quite yet gotten to the place where they, you know, realize that adults aren't always trustworthy, that adults being adults doesn't guarantee that they are good. Lying to kids is so funny. Okay, obviously lying to kids is funny. I mean, like, harmless lying, yes. Yeah. Harmless lying, yes. But that's not what I'm talking. That's not what I mean. One of the teaching assistants at my job got a new job. When asked about Miss Courtney, a coworker said, "Oh, she turned to dust," and made a couple of them cry. She turned to dust. Poof. Do you see that pile of dirt over there? That was Miss Courtney. That was Miss Courtney. But it's like the bigger things, you know? You know, when you're teaching kids about kindness, when you're teaching kids about respect. That's what I'm talking about. You know, that's why we say you gotta teach them while they're young. And then you can also tell them funny lies. And our parents lied to my sister and I that they had an implanted tracker under our skin. What the fuck? You know, I'm trying to think if there was anything like that my parents. I think the only thing I think the one thing that I was told is that I had to go to church or else I'd go to hell. Yeah, that's what I was that's what was told to me. It was very important to go to church to be a good person, and so I didn't go to hell. Also, I believed in Santa for a very long time. Some might say too long. My sister told me there were tiny chefs under my bed that were going to cook me. It's just so funny because it's so silly. I was one of the older siblings, so there were no lies that were told to me. It was lies that I would tell to my siblings. My parents told me not to listen to the priest when he said gay people abortion was bad. Hell yeah. Let's go. Rare. I feel like rare-based parents. All right. I'm trying to decide if I do some gaming or if I say goodbye. If I say good night. I know we're really close to finishing BioShock. It'd be nice to finish BioShock. You only have like 40 minutes left of BioShock. Okay, maybe I have a question though. Am I screwed because I have been I have not been doing everything in BioShock that one should be doing to prepare themselves for what I imagine is a big old boss fight? Good night, Colossal Disappointment. Only one way to find out? I think you're right. Only one way to find out. Have you been killing the children? I started killing the children because I didn't realize that I needed... Or no, I was killing the children. I started saving the children because I didn't realize that I needed to help. I promise we will watch more Survivor one of these days. One of these days. I would like to finish... Oh, fuck. BioShock failed to properly shut down? Oops. Classic. Colossal Disappointment. Thank you for the tier 1. Classic, am I right? You know? Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Would you just say you've destroyed at least half? You mean like either saved or harvested? Like rescued or harvested, or destroyed as in like harvested? No, I don't think it's been at least half. Y'all, what do we think? I would say probably no. Have you saved more than you harvested? I don't know. Photo metal, thank you for the 4 months. Somebody think on that. I'm gonna go pee. Did we come up with an answer? Did we figure it out? I feel like the answer is no. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. I gotta move my camera. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm in the suit. That's right. I forgot I have this stupid suit, and I have like not many bullets.
Hurry!
Okay.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Well, I've got that. Okay, where are we going? Oh, yeah, we just got here. Okay. No active goal. Escort the little sister.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the engine.
All right.
You don't even remember most of it. Put you on a sub when you were just a
Okay, kid. Where are we going? Hold on, little girl. Let me make some stuff. Okay, nothing really. Okay, hold on. So I like to do this thing called looting. Wait, is she calling me Mr. Beast?
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes.
Wait. Oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on, tiny thing. Oh my god, do I have to fight that?
Time to go, Mr. B.
Yeah, no, we gotta go. Let's get out of here. You know how the other big daddies are real tough? I'm a sensitive daddy.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
I'm actually a pacifist. I prefer not to get into these fights.
Maybe one day I'll get me a real family. They play well with
Hurry,
yes! Yes! Oh, God. Oh. I don't know. Hold on. Okay.
I'm opening you up. It's a standard bus.
Oh, God. Jesus. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Alrighty, this is not going well. Uh-oh, where's that little thing?
If a little one falls, you can call for another.
Oh no, is she dead?
But to lose even one is a sin.
Oh no! Fuck!
Only the little ones can open these doors.
Oh no!
Protect them.
Wait, what happened? Where'd she go? I have like I don't know. Where's my Oh, I didn't switch my category. Hold on. Did the little girl die? She's dead. Oh shit. Hi. Okay. I gotta call another one from the vent. Where's the vent? Oh, here? Okay. All right, little sister. All right, little sis. We're just gonna pretend like the other one didn't die. Okay, come on. All right, little sister. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, come on. Come on. Let's go. Hurry up. Hurry up. Wait, when did David Lynch die? Sadly, yesterday is when the news broke. We are in mourning. God, why is she so slow? It's okay, little sis. But you do need to hurry up.
Look at them. Even though they are physically free of the need to gather, Suchong's mental condition is still...
Is that Jaws?
For sin such as this, he can never atone.
Hacking things makes this easier? Wait. Oh no! What is that noise? Yo. Little sis! Wait, she's dying? Why is she dying? Where is she? Oh god! Oh no! Oh fuck! Shit! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Oh god, she's dead. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Yo, how do I get these little girls to move faster? Okay. Third time's the charm. Come on, let's go.
Hurry! Hurry!
No, you hurry! Please! Please hurry up. Oh, they gotta collect from the test subjects? Yeah, but they're taking so long. Time to go, Mr. B. Mr. B is going. Alright, so I just gotta be, like, ready to...
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
No, yours...
Angels don't wait.
You're slowpoke. You're slowpoke. I'm gonna take some pics. You already got 2 of them killed. What's a third? I mean, yeah.
Angels are waiting for
angels are waiting for our kisses.
Watch out! For certain there haven't been the draw the attention of this flight.
Oh! Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. All right. Jesus. Christ almighty. Little sis, I need you to hurry up. Oh, God. Ah! No! Little sis! What's that? Oh, Jesus! Christ! Oh, my God. I can't. I can't. Okay, okay. Oh my God, this little. Ah, no! Oh no, I'm dead! Oh no! Oh no, I think she's going down. I think she's gonna die. Oh, she's dying. Oh no, she's dying. Okay. Wait, here I come. Here I come. I'm coming! Just stay alive! Little sis.
What have you done?
Oh no, she's dead.
The little one has fallen.
Oh shit.
Now you must find it and bring forth another little
one. Shit! You guys, there's no way. There's no way I can do this. Oh, shit balls. All right. Come on.
Mr. B.
Okay. Okay. Wait, do they have to start over with their little collecting every time?
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Every time?
Hurry, Mr. B.
Come on.
I can see the angels dancing in the sky.
Oh, come on. I've already had 4 children die, or 3 children die.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels.
Welcome to Gaming Hell that snows an escort mission. This is hell. This is hell.
Hurry, Mr. B. Angels are waiting for our kisses.
All right, come on. Maybe I should hack this. I'm gonna try to hack this. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm toast. Oh, I'm toast.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes.
Yeah, well.
Hurry! They haven't seen those draw the attention of
I know it will. Oh God, I'm scared. I don't know how to protect.
Hurry, Mr. B.
And it won't hurt.
Yo! Yo! Holy shit!
Mr. B. Time to go, Mr. B.
This is so hard! Oh my God! This is so crazy. Plus F to use first aid. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh my god. Okay, where's this little one? Okay, she's hardly got... Okay, I'm gonna hack this. Oh my god, you guys. This is... Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Okay. Oh shit. There's a bot. Okay, okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this. We're gonna go here. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay. Up. Oh shit. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, okay. Can we go up? Can we go up? Okay, let's go across. Let's go across. And then we go this way. And then, let's go that way. Okay, okay, okay. Stay up. And then, let's go shroom. Shroom. Yep. Okay, thank God. This is so stressful. I am not even kidding you.
Time to go, Mr. B.
Yeah, little tiny, we gotta go. We gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta go. Who is that?
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angel dancing. Ah!
Oh my god, this is crazy! This is insane! Oh no, the little is dead. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is too much. It's simply... I'm just exhausted. I'm exhausted. I can't. I can't. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I'm screwed. I'm... Damn it. Just kill me. Just kill me. Is that thing still alive? Where's the little girl? Little girl. You guys, I have like literally no... I have nothing. I have nothing. Okay, some of these are stupid. Enrages target causing... Okay. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. This is stressful. Where's the little girl? Where is she? Whose voice is that? Oh, she's dead? Oh, I gotta go get another one? Shit. Okay. I thought she made it. Oh, okay. Alright, little girl. That's why the vent is glowing. I see. Okay.
Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
Alright, well... Luckily, there's an unlimited supply of these little tiny tots. Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, oh no, I'm effed. I'm effed. Okay, come on. Man, my brain is just like no bueno anymore. Okay, please go up. And then go up. And then you are gonna go across. You're gonna go across, and you're gonna go across, and across, and one more, and there we go. Finito. Wait!
Hurry! Hurry, Mr. Bubbles!
Where are you? Where are you, child? Oh my god, I keep trying to like... Okay. And... nope. Shitballs. Ah, fuck. Ah, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, let me try one more time. Oh my god. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see.
Where are you, tiny
Dancing
thing?
in the sky.
Alright, let's get out of here. Come on, we don't have time to be fucking around.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
You've already cleared this, so you don't have to hack these. You only need to hack the bodies they harvest. I need to...
Hop, hop, Mr. B.
God damn it, this is what happens when I don't have any bullets! Ah, fuck! Oh, this girl's dead. Oh, it's over. It's so over. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Jesus. Is that the little girl? Did she die? I think everybody's dead. God, this thing! Oh my god. You guys, I have like... I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I have like nothing. Oh no. Okay, first aid kit. Okay, I need some stuff.
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Okay. Okay.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Angels are waiting for us. Alright, I got some shit now, kid. I think we're gonna be okay.
Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
We can do this.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpoke.
Ah, fuck me! God damn it!
Dancing in the sky.
Oh my god. I am trying to lock in, but I can't.
Hurry! Hurry, Mr. Bubbles!
Little girl, I am trying so hard to keep you alive.
Hurry, Mr. B! Angels.
It is impossible.
Go, Mr. B.
Keep an eye opening for the spider.
Mr. B.
Okay.
No time to wait.
Okay, wait, where is she? Okay.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes. Say that to my face. Girl, Mr. B.
Okay.
As I say!
Oh no! Oh no! This is so hard! Fucking hell! Hello! Hello? Okay. Okay. Everybody chill. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Jesus.
It was a pretty angel.
Come on! Come on! Oh shit! Wait, why is this not? Why is this not like? I can't. I don't know what to do. I'm running out of bullets, so I have to switch my weapons. There's too many. Oh, this thing is now dead. See? Look, I have no bullets. 1, 2. I have 1, 2, 3. Like, this is all out. 4. Okay, I guess I have some electric bullets. Set tripwires. Okay.
Mr. B, no time to
Okay,
wait.
hold on. Okay. Like trap bolts? Okay.
Hurry, Mr.
Like, is this okay.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Okay. Okay.
Time to go, Mr. B. Hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
I'm really trying not to waste any time. Do I have enough money to like...
Hurry, Mr. B.
Okay, that was good. That was good. The bolts are good.
Watch out!
This one's ready.
now.
Hurry, hurry, Mr.
Okay, what are we watching out for?
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes. It was a pretty angel, Mr. B.
Was it? Okay, good. Sorry, I'm really not.
I like it.
I'm very focused.
Hurry!
Very focused
Hurry, Mr.
here.
Bubbles. It looks sad, Mr. B. Hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
Okay.
6 times 2 is 11.
Are we done? Are we done harvesting?
Hurry, Mr. B.
Are we done?
Angels are waiting for our kisses.
Is there a store where I can just buy a bunch of stuff? I've got some money.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes.
All right, come on, kid. We don't have that much time.
Dancing.
We don't have all day.
6 times 2 is 11. Time to go, Mr. B.
Yo, being a daddy
Hurry,
is
Mr.
so
B.
hard.
I can see the angels dancing in the sky.
Okay, are we done? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Come on.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Come on.
Angels are waiting for our kisses.
Wait, what are you waiting for? Come on.
Hurry, Mr. B.
What?
I can see the angels dancing in the sky.
What the fuck? Oh no, it's bugged? Fuck. No. No, 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 no. No, no.
Time to go, Mr. B.
What do I do? What do I do? Oh no.
Hurry, hurry.
Do I kill that? Daddy? Why is this daddy coming after me? Yo, got him, got him. Yo, okay.
Better for the girls to be with you. Better with you than alone.
Yeah, but the girl
Alone
isn't
in the
fucking
crawling
coming.
darkness.
Oh, because I'm an
Hurry,
imposter.
Mr. B.
Fuck, she's
I
not
can
moving.
see
Oh no.
angels dancing
Bitch,
in
I
the
do not
sky.
have time. You have to die?
Time to go, Mr. B.
Shit, I don't know if there's anything that can kill me here. Is there?
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles! Go to the next checkpoint first.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpokes.
Did I win? Maybe I won. Maybe I won. Okay, wait, where's the next checkpoint? Okay, should I save? Maybe I save? Save.
No time to waste.
Elite bouncer. That's what they used to call me at the club.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the
No, I don't think I can do anything with
dancing
this
in the sky.
tiny little fucking piece of shit. Okay, wait. Now, reload. January 17th at 11. Okay, now I reload. I'm loading in. I'm loading in.
Hurry, Mr. B. Angels are waiting.
You little fucker, you better be moving. Fuck.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
I
Angels
killed
don't wait
too
for
many. The
slowpokes.
game broke. Oh shit. Okay. I don't want to waste I don't want to waste my grenades, but I guess
Time to go, Mr. B.
if that's what I have to do. She's just not ready to come.
Hop, hop, Mr. B.
I don't
No
want
time
to.
to waste.
I think I just won, honestly. Okay, wait. I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna let them kill her. Okay, you wanna do something? Come here. Come here. Shit. Of course now they're not gonna come kill her when I need them to. Alright. Follow me. Fuck, they're not even... Oh my god. Please, you know what? Okay, please kill me. Kill me. Kill me. This is fun.
You let me now.
Wait. She died? I didn't even do anything. God damn it. How did she die? Dude, I can't even fucking die when I'm trying to die. Oh wait, I shouldn't have picked up those. Shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Fuck. Damn it. Oh my god. Can somebody please kill me? Can I get in this fire to die? Yeah, okay. The fire should kill me, hopefully. Hopefully. Please.
Press none, smile, and be yourself. That's what I do.
Okay, I'm finally dead. Thank God. Okay, I swear if this did not fix the fucking problem, I'm gonna... I'm gonna be so... I'm gonna be so annoyed. Little girl, if you aren't moving... Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, we're so back.
Hurry! Hurry, Mr.
No, you know what? You fucking hurry. Alright, little girl, move your fucking ass!
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for
We are
slowpokes.
so back, you guys! Okay, come on.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angel dancing.
Oh my God, I want to kill this girl so badly. Come on! You piece of shit!
Hurry, Mr. B. Angels are waiting for our kisses.
Hi! She just never stops yapping.
Hop, hop, Mr. B.
Hop, hop,
No time
Mr.
to
B.
wait.
Hop, hop. Okay, just go through the door. Go
Hurry,
through the door,
hurry,
please.
Mr. Bubbles.
Please, go. 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 It's because so many of them have died. That's why they are,
Time to go, Mr. B.
That's why they are breaking.
That might be plenty for the working scrubs and weird solutions, but I need more. Oh, I want a slice. Kill right now. Slice with.
All right. Okay, this is good. This is good. Ah, yeah. Now we're.
I can see the angels
Now.
dancing in the sky.
Now we're cooking.
Time for a nap.
Now we're cooking. Okay. I need. I hate when I'm full. Okay.
Mr. B. Hop, hop.
Okay. Let's get some stuff.
You must use the needle of your little sister to drain Fontaine of his animals.
Okay.
It
Try
is the only way
these.
to defeat him.
Yep. Yep. Let's get some, Okay. Let's buy some more of those. Alright, we're gonna get steel tip bolts. We love those. We love them. And, let's get some of those. Okay. Okay, hold on. We gotta save, but let me do all this shit first. Cannot have any more liquid nitrogen. Okay. Alright.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah,
The needle.
I've got shit I'm doing. Okay, incendiary bolts. Alright, this is good. This is good. We've got supplies. Oh. Go back. Okay. And then where the fuck she go? Oh. Harvesting.
Fontaine, wait
Okay.
above. There
Okay.
will be no going back from here. Make sure you are ready to face him before moving on.
I don't think I am, but you know what? Let's get ready. Let's just try it anyway. Okay. Number 2. Number 3. Yeah, okay. Okay, number 4. All right, let's load up. Hold on, we're gonna load and then we're gonna save. Number 5, we got the grenades. Yosemite mine. Okay, boom, baby. Get the napalm ready to go. Hey. Woo! Okay. Save. New save. The changing ammo controls were made for the controller. Yeah, you guys, I'm not gonna lie. My fingers are already clumsy enough. And then trying to do this. Oh, let's get another first aid kit. Okay. Oh, nice. You cannot carry any more steel tip bolts. Fuck. Alright. I'm Noivus! Ah! Okay. Is this gonna be like really hard? What's this one again? Enrage?
I remember when me and the crowd put you in that sub. You were no more than 2. You were my ace in the hole. but you were also the closest thing I ever had to a son.
Okay.
And that's why this hurts. Betrayal, kid. Life ain't strictly business.
Can we just talk? Can we just talk? I just want to talk. I just want to chat.
Go! Go now! Hit him with the needle!
Oh shit, okay. What, I was gonna see if I could loot anything.
Come on now, kid. You want to get serious?
Ah! Alright, is it over? It's gotta be over, right?
Here it is!
Oh shit!
You little nothing!
Okay.
Good money for you.
Drain.
This is what
Oh,
I
he's
get.
vulnerable in his chair. Go, 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 go. Drain, 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 drain. Drain, drain, drain. Drain, drain, drain. Needle, needle, needle. Needle, needle. Ah!
You think I'm alone in this world? I got more than enough moms to watch my back while I recharge. Catch my breath. And I'm gonna bury you.
Oh my god!
Legs.
What the fuck? Oh no! Oh no! Did I die? Oh shit! Wait. Oh, load last saved game? Okay. Almost. Okay, my fingers aren't moving fast enough. Just kill the turrets first?
I remember
Okay,
when
wait.
me and the crowd put you in that
The
sub.
turrets I gotta kill.
You were no more than 2.
Okay.
You were my ace in the hole.
Okay, I can do
But you
this.
were also the closest thing I ever had to a son.
I gotta use that plasmid.
That's why
Okay.
this hurts.
Sticking.
Life ain't strictly business. Come and get it!
Go! Go now! Hit him with the needle!
I'm trying!
Here it is! You down!
Go! Hit him with the needle. Hit him with the needle. Okay, and now I gotta get the turrets. Okay, where are these fucking turrets? What is happening? Oh no! God, why is it taking so... No! You guys, why is it taking so long to load my bullets? Fuck. Okay, okay, this is not... This is not... I'm so slow, I can't do it. I can't. I'm trying to...
I remember when me and the crowd put
Don't
you
forget
in
to
that
heal.
sub.
Okay. Alright, this
You
is
were
hard. It's
no more than 2.
very difficult.
So
this.
Come and get it, Luke! You think I'm running this world? I got more than enough bugs to watch my back
Fuck.
while I recharge.
Wait. Jesus!
Come and get it, Luke!
Okay. Calm the fuck down. Hit him, Mr. B! Okay, I don't like this.
Come and get it, Luke!
Oh no, I don't have that much health left. Oh shit. Okay.
This is what I get.
Fuck. Okay.
Come and get it, Luke! You think it'll be...
Oh my god! Oh shit!
You think you got a shot at this? I really didn't start it.
Oh my god, okay. Are we doing it? Oh, are we doing it? I don't know.
I had you built. I sent you
I'm
topside.
scared. I'm almost
I
dead.
called you back, showed you what you was,
I'm almost dead. I don't
what
have
you was
enough
capable
health.
of. Even that life you thought you had, that was something
Cutscenes are
I
good.
dreamed up and I
Okay.
tattooed inside your head.
Okay.
Now, if you don't call that family, I don't know what is. And now,
Oh my god, little sister! Oh my god, the little sisters! Wait, they got his ass. Let's go, little sisters.
They offered you everything, yes. And in return, you gave them what I have come to expect of you.
Thank God I didn't murder all of them.
Brutality.
That's true. Oh. Brutality. Wait, what's happening?
You took what you wanted. All the Adam,
Oh, 'cause
all
I
the
killed
power.
some of them? Oh my god, this is so evil. I didn't know though. I didn't.
And the Rapture trembled.
Oh,
But in
no,
the
I didn't
end,
mean
even
to.
the Rapture was not enough for you. Your father was terrified the world would try to steal the secrets of his city. But not you, for now you have stolen the terrible secrets of the world.
Oh my god, is that the end? That is... If you kill any little sister, you might as well kill them all. Okay, first of all, we made it through. We made it through the big bad. I thought I would be screwed, but we did it. We did it. Second of all, oops. My bad. Didn't know. Didn't know that that's the ending you get when you murder little sisters. Oops. Okay, so
was what she was capable of.
here's the ending where you. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
For you, the city.
Oh, let me go back a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Let's pretend that I saved the little sisters.
They offered you the city.
What's funnier
And
is the
you
day you
refused it.
killed the little sisters, the same day you have that
what
lady
did
not
you
give
do
away her air
instead?
purifier. Yeah, that's because I'm a monster in games, but not in real life.
What I've come to expect of you.
Oh, this is nice.
You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn.
Oh, see? Look what I did.
To find love.
Look what I did.
To live. And in the end, what was your reward?
Honestly, I am
You never
such a
said.
good person.
But I think I know. A family.
Ugh.
They offered you.
I am such a good person. I'm proud of you for completing the good story run. Thank you, guys. Can we get hearts in the chat? Hearts in the chat. Prime subs for being such a good person, for saving these little tiny helpless tiny childs. I did it. I am, many would say, yes, a paragon of virtue. Mm-hmm. I can't believe I already am done. We finished the rest of the series and beat the other two games now. Infinite in particular is also considered one of the best games of all time. Yeah, you know, that was faster than I thought it would. That was really, really fast. That was fast. Okay. Humble, not egotistical, good person, and generally never hurts his soul. Mm-hmm. Exactly. If you're interested in the other two BioShock games, I think I have a spare Steam key for them. Yeah, I'm like, do I play something new, or do I, you know, like, I can always go back to BioShock. Do I keep going with BioShock? They're all kind of from before the era where big budget games had to be 100+ hour grinds. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice. That's a great game, and you can do that in like 15. At least BioShock Infinite to close out the franchise. Okay. Thoughts on the would you kindly moment? I thought it was great. I don't trust wife guys, so I did not trust that guy, but I thought that was a good twist. You know, I thought it was a good story. Can't fool me though. Cannot fool me. Did you play the Cabin Factory yet? I have not played the Cabin Factory yet. I have not. I don't know if I gained any. Do I have any instincts? Seems generous. Seems generous to say that I have instincts, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Surely I learned something. Surely. One would think. One would think that I have learned something. All right, you guys. I'm tired. 2 streams today. 2 streams today, and we finished a game, which is great, which we love. We love finishing games. We love finishing games. We're one step closer to finishing our bucket list. I think I might switch to controller if I play another BioShock game, because if you had seen my fingers trying to work the keyboard, look at these creepy ass fingers. Just like, it was like this shit. Yeah, the Kwan claw. God, I so have my grandmother's hands on my mom's side. Just these claw hands. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, I can already see my hands as like me at 75. Just these claws. Do they do hand lifts, like face lifts? I'll get a hand lift for my hands. God, I caught the end of you playing BioShock. Great stream. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed the game. And maybe I can do something short before, well, either maybe new season of Survivor or do like a 2-3 hour stream game before I go to Japan. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you mañana, Saturday, and have a good night. Thanks for joining me, and yeah, keep it real the way that David